Wait, Sheldon, did you just say the N-word? Fucking Sheldon's in the corner, fucking rambling about race theory and genetics. Same guy.
He may not be here quite physically, but he's here in our hearts and in our souls. God, God rest his soul. It's Rafael.
I'm here. I'm back from the dead.
Yeah.
And I have a mission to you from the top.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's that?
Listen carefully. This is a mission for you and everybody. I need you all, and this is to save my soul from eternal damnation. Or something. I think that's what he said. I need you to go to www.patreon.com/ChristianTylerHannah.
Oh, it's not even just that. It's not even just that. You guys can just go over to ChristianHannah.com. You can go to ChristianHannah.com. I mean, it'll that name will redirect you to a website where you'll have things like my.
Yeah, I also forgot. He wants everyone. He wants me to tell everyone to buy the ass pants.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll get to that here in a bit. But yeah, guys, in case you don't know, I bought the domain ChristianHannah.com, and that'll redirect you to a site where there's links to all my cool stuff. Like for example, if you want my YouTube, well, you can click YouTube and it'll take you to my YouTube channel. You want to go to my Patreon? Well, there's a button for Patreon, and it'll take you to my Patreon page where you can. Select a membership of $3 per month where you get so much content, including the Hannahcast audio-only version, the bloopers, if we have any, Patreon exclusive Q&As, you get to have your name in my videos on YouTube, and just about anything else. If you have any ideas, then yeah, let me know about that. Plus,
I just came to the realization that my entire life is just a blooper.
Oh man, that cuts deep.
Yeah.
Damn. But yeah, also on my site, you can click on merch, and it'll take you to my merch store on Teespring. And we have got so many cool products. We have bags, we have stickers, we have shirts, we have hoodies, we have Make America Cringe Again merch. We have
mugs.
Yeah, we have mugs. In fact,
real fake mugs.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, actually, we got some of this merch right now. Like, for example, here are the mugs. Like they come in many different colors, by the way. This one's blue, this one's pink, and they have the same patterns on either side. But also, like I said, we have this Hannahcast hoodie, which is really cozy. I actually really do like. I'm not gonna lie, I actually really do like this hoodie. But also, like I said, we have this Christian Hannah sticker. Yeah, we have the sticker right here. We have Hannahcast T-shirts and whatnot. So yeah. Oh, hold on. Dang it. Where is the thing? Oh yeah. We have the Hannahcast T-shirt. But again, they come in so many different colors. We have this Christian Hannah hoodie right here. It's different from the Hannahcast hoodie. It's right here. And also, all of my merch, like when it comes to like my clothes and whatnot, they always have this this big Christian Hannah face on the back. And also, let me just grab this. We also have throw pillows. We have this Christian Hannah throw pillow. It's like they come in 3 sizes. This is the biggest size. But if you want to have something decorative on your couch, gladly buy this. This will be worth a treat when you go to my merch store via ChristianHannah.com. Also,
use your throw pillow, seeing as I'm living in a tent.
Are you it
as a bed?
Are you actually living in a tent?
I don't. Maybe I'll let you think about that one.
Oh boy. And also on my site you also have a link to my Twitter account where you can see me bitch and argue with people constantly. I probably shouldn't keep doing that, but I don't know why I keep doing that. I don't know. But also I have a link to my Letterboxd account. So yeah, you can find all, and I'm constantly updating everything on my Letterboxd, constantly trying to keep up with films that I watch, constantly keeping up with lists that I make and whatnot. So, yeah, that's always a really fun thing to do and whatnot. Regardless, you can go to ChristianHannah.com and you'll be able to find so many cool, fun things on that website. So,
it's kind of a flex, though, when you think about it. Like, what if somebody else named Christian Hannah wants to, like, have a website, you know, ChristianHannah.com, and you just flexed all over them because it's your website?
1%. I'm not 1%. I'm probably around the poverty level and whatnot, just because of how the economy works these days.
I mean, it do be like that, but one of the biggest lies that has just been perpetuated to everybody ever, just remember, money isn't everything.
No.
Except it is.
You kind of need money to buy food.
No, dude. That's the whole, perpetual lie. Money isn't everything.
By the way, I also got another thing in my set in New Edition. I'm going to send this picture to you. People can sort of see it, people could sort of see it, but I bought this little handsome devil right here, and yeah. Hold on, there he is.
Oh yeah. That's hot.
Yeah, I bought this hold on, let me just grab him real quick and I bought this Will Smith genie cutout on Amazon because I don't know why I thought it'd be funny. I think I might have gotten the idea from Unis Honest, because they had a Valentine's Day video where they had a bunch of cardboard cutouts and they had to figure out they had to guess which ones were which. Because
you could adopt the genie cutout. As your father.
Yes. I mean, he would have been I'm pretty sure Will Smith Genie would have been a better dad than my real dad. Pazing!
Well, now Will Smith Genie just can be your dad.
Yeah. Papa. Papa. So
to drink your nourishment from him.
What? Oh God. Where do I don't want to ask.
Breasts.
Oh, okay.
What kind of perverted nonsense? What kind of brain do you think I have? I'm a good Christian man.
My name's actually Christian. That's a funny thing.
Yeah, bro, your parents freaking named you after a religion, dog.
Yeah. Or for all I know, it might be. I might have been named after Christian Bale. Who knows? He wasn't really a big star back then. So I mean, I think
actually maybe kinda. He was definitely in American Psycho by that point.
Well, no. American Psycho came out in 2000. I was born in 1998.
Oh yeah, that's right. I thought you.
Although he was in Newsies.
Yeah, that's right.
I never saw Newsies. Did you?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it myself either.
It is on Disney Plus, so I could probably check it out. I've heard very mixed things about that movie. Either you love this movie or you hate it.
It's a musical, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Christian Bale does a musical. I can't wait. I really should try to see that because it sounds amazing. Yeah. Anyways, how have you been? How's life treating you these past couple weeks?
It could be better, but I'm still in this. I'm still alive.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. It could be better. Although I will say I am getting. I am pretty excited because I'm actually getting my second and probably final COVID-19 vaccine on Monday, which is exciting.
That's cool. I'm in a big warning, at least for me. After I got the second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, I got kind of sick. I had a fever for a day, and some body aches, and then my arm hurt for a few days after the vaccine. But other than that, it wasn't really, that bad. But yeah, you might get kind of sick.
Yeah, speaking of getting sick, I can't. It's something kind of dawned on me last week or so, and it's that 2020 and even up to now, this is the first year I've had where I did not get sick.
Oh yeah, same actually. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Like, you know, pandemics like ravaging the country and world, and I'm just sitting inside like, oh yeah, not me.
Well, it's not even like that. It's like ever since I've been wearing the mask and whatnot, like I've like not gotten sick. Like it's amazing.
Yeah, it's almost like not. It's almost like wearing a mask helps prevent that kind of thing from happening, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh my God. Actually, did you hear? I didn't even. I'm not even 100% sure if this is a thing, but I heard this thing that like Karens or whatever are starting to wear masks to protect themselves from the vaccinated.
That is, I don't know who started that conspiracy, but that is such a massive, big brain play. Because even if the Karens don't get vaccinated, which you know a lot of them aren't gonna do it because they're stupid, but then it won't even matter because they're just gonna wear masks all the time. So even if they get the fucking plague, they can't give it to us anyways because we're vaccinated. But it's
The one thing,
it's gonna be great.
The one thing that actually does, I will say to that, I will say I'm a little bit concerned because if the Karens don't get vaccinated, and this is what the medical experts have been warning, it's that they could end up allowing the virus to mutate and then be able to to put itself to survive even with like how to describe it. It's like pretty much making the vaccine useless if this virus mutates. Which concerns me.
The virus mutating is just kind of a problem anyhow. That'll really, and I think that they were talking about like possibly requiring boosters for the vaccine to like account for such a thing, which is nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really do be becoming a problem when you want to achieve herd immunity, but the entire herd doesn't get the bloody fucking vaccine.
That's what happens when that's what happens when you have a TV show host who has no experience in politics, running a country for 4 years, who he himself did not even like.
That too, but it also, like, at least to me, raises a very interesting question about, like, personal liberty, right? Because, like, on paper, right, you should have 100% autonomy when it comes to what you do or don't put into your body. And I'm 100% about that, but, like, at what point do you draw the line? At what point does, like, if this point even exists, at what point do you say, okay, your personal liberties are great, but the good of everyone, just like freaking like Spock said in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. So at what point do you say, like, okay, yeah, picking and choosing your vaccines is great, but everyone has to get the COVID vaccine? Like, not that that's what's happening, because it isn't, but could that be a thing that happens?
Yeah.
Maybe, because I mean, that's kind of one thing that's kind of been like a thought that's just kind of been reoccurring over the last few months. Like, what if we made the COVID? I mean, if you think about it, right, the COVID vaccine is kind of mandatory because, like, if you don't get it, you're not going to be able to go to school. You're not going to be able to get a job. You're not really going to be able to do anything. But, like, what if it actually was mandatory? What kind of an effect would that have on people, and would that be a good thing?
I don't know. Like, I just like it is really hard to say. Like, I think really when it comes to I think what it comes down to is like it's like yeah, you can choose to not get the vaccine, but we can also choose to not let you inside our store, or not let you, or we can choose to not let you work with us. And I feel like that's
effectively what happens.
Yeah,
when
that's
choice.
Like, that's the thing about personal liberties. Like people like to say sort of like how when it comes to sort of like when it comes to like the whole thing about Twitter and like how people were complaining. Oh, well, you're saying us? Are you saying
Trump?
Yeah, like banning Trump, and they're like, oh, what? So we can't, like, conservatives aren't allowed on social media? It's like,
no, you are. It's just that it's a private entity, and they can do whatever they want. So, like, when they decide to ban you for all of your hate speech, like they think that, like, freedom of speech in the Constitution applies to private entities, when in reality it kind of doesn't. That like freedom of speech and stuff only exists to protect you from the government trying to stifle you, which for all intents and purposes is the only entity that can actually silence you if it decided to, except for it can't because of the First Amendment.
I mean, in some cases,
Twitter banning somebody. Or sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say in some cases the government was doing that last year with like the Black Lives Matter movement and pushing people out of
yep. But like with Twitter, see, here's the beauty of Twitter. Twitter isn't the end-all be-all social media platform. There are other social media platforms, and coincidentally, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump also got banned from literally all of the other ones as well. But at the end of the day, it's not really stifling your freedom of speech in any way, shape, or form, because you can still get your message out in like Donald Trump is doing right now, using the one place he's not banned from, fucking Fox News.
And also he also has this one website called the desk of Donald J. Trump or whatever.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was about to say. If you have the resources, which again most people probably don't, you can just make your own social media platform, like he did.
It really is just.
It's just mind-boggling.
It's basically, people, just get the vaccine. Just like there's no microchips. There's no like Bill Gates is not gonna haunt your dreams or whatnot. Just get the vaccine and we can just get this over with. It's just I
bought all of those Windows Surface Pro laptops for fun.
Oh,
vaccine had nothing to do with that.
Oh no. But again, like on a serious note, people just get the vaccine. It's not gonna hurt. Like the initial like.
Dude, did you hear about Ohio, bro? Ohio is big braining the shit out of this vaccine thing. They were like, all right, everybody that gets the vaccine, we're gonna select 5 of you, and you're each gonna get $1 million.
Holy shit, man! I wish I was a Karen now.
I wish I lived in Ohio, dog.
Yeah, it's just. Although I will say it is kind of sad that they have to bribe you with millions of dollars just to get a vaccine in your arm.
West Virginia kind of did it too. Like West Virginia kind of beat them to it because Jim Justice was like, if you get the vaccine, you get a $100 savings bond, which that's nice, but it's not $1 million. My idea though is, can we fit the entire population of the United States into Ohio? If so, that's step 1. Step 2, we all get vaccinated. Step 3, we wait for the 5 people to get the $1 million and then move out of Ohio.
Who knows? Oh my god. I didn't even realize this. Did you know that there were actually, like, again, Karens out there who are buying fake COVID vaccine cards?
Black market. Yeah, no, so...
Like, why would you buy a card that you can get for free if you just get a shot in your arm?
Yeah,
like,
see, and here's the thing. Like, it's kind of a meme, right? But it really isn't, because they're actually doing that. I went I went by this bar to pick up some food, because I did, like, an Uber Eats order thing. You know, you just go and you pick it up. And there was this guy in there, you know, he was having a good time, having a few drinks and stuff, and he literally just fucking looked at me, and the first words out of his mouth were literally, "Hey, do you have a COVID vaccine card I can buy?" And like, he was just making a joke, and I was like, "Oh, haha, yeah, totally, dude, I'm your plug." It really isn't a joke, because there actually really now is a black market for these COVID vaccination cards.
Like,
and,
the COVID vaccine's free! It's free!
Yeah, I know, you're not... They were like, I could go get this free thing, but that sounds like socialism. That wouldn't be very capitalist of me. Let me give this guy money.
Like, for a fake I just don't get people sometimes. Like, it's literally just less trouble just to get the vaccine.
It makes sense when you don't think about it, and there are obviously those kinds of freaking people wearing their tinfoil hats going like, oh, no, I don't want all these freaking microchips, Bill Gates, 5G in my blood.
5G? The 5G thing is just the one where it's like, what's 5G gonna do to you?
They think it's gonna give them the coronavirus. They literally think that, like, this is another thing that's like, when you hear it, you're like, yeah, that's really fucking stupid, but people are doing it, like, or at least were, like, and then the other thing about it is that, like, when you destroy a cell phone tower, because I'm gonna be straight 100% honest with you of just how stupid these people were. A lot of them that did actually manage to set fire to cell phone towers
Wait, what?
Did not do it to 5G cell phone towers. They burned down freaking regular 3G and 4G cell phone towers, meaning that all you did now, even if you were trying to destroy the cell tower because you thought it could give you the coronavirus, you haven't achieved that. You haven't saved anybody from COVID because that's not a 5G tower.
People are...
So that's strike one. Strike two. Now that you've burned down that tower, have fun calling the fire department because you now, and along with everyone else in that general area, don't have cell service.
Wait,
that's strike two.
But no...
Strike three is just a repeat of one. They didn't even burn down a 5G tower, so...
Wait, people are actually burning down cell phone towers?
Yes,
oh, god damn it, man. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna throw you this fat link, dog. Hang on.
Oh, god. This is, like, people are just idiots. What is wrong with you people? Like, seriously.
Alright. CNET's a pretty... This ain't a virus or a Trojan, and they probably won't bother you about ad block. But here's a news article from CNET that's like a electronics consumer
oh my
database
god
type thing. 77 mobile towers burned, and I don't even know if the article like goes into the like breaking down how virtually none of them were 5G towers. But if it does, it'd be pretty nice to get like a statistic from this. Let me see.
Oh my god, oh my god. These people, but again, just get the fucking vaccine. Don't be an idiot like these people.
I like how they have to freaking emphasize the conspiracy theory is false. Radio waves can't cause a virus. Oh, who'd have thought? Okay. So you remember how I was like, oh, let's get a percentage. Let's see how many 5G towers they actually hit. You want to know how many they got?
0.
0 out of 77 towers. 0 were 5G. 0, dude. It was that's.
Do you want to end up like these people, guys? Do you really want to end up like these people, like who are burning down like cell phone towers just because they don't want to get a vaccine or whatever, or like just oh my like. This is nightmarish. I think I'm just like we'll circle back to the Karens here in a bit. Like we'll circle back here. Actually, you know what? I actually, since we're on the topic of Karens, I might actually skip. Like I'll come back to the other topics, but we got to talk about the woke Disney.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't even seen this yet.
Oh my god! Yeah, this one political cartoonist.
Is it gonna trigger me, dog?
It's. I mean, it might trigger some laughter. Who knows? But this is the first time he's seen this, and so yeah, he did this thing called woke Disney, and it's the dumbest thing. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. We have Mickey Mouse punching Donald Duck saying, "Take your Snow White privilege and get out of here."
That doesn't even make any goddamn sense.
We have one of the dwarves saying we would never say the M word, like M, the letter M, like Mickey Mouse.
Okay, so I don't like this for a lot of reasons. So first, it's just dishonest. Second, his tinfoil hat is really showing. So we'll start small. So you see how Antifa land is on fire?
Yeah.
So that's the whole like conspiracy theory that Antifa actually went out to the Capitol and destroyed it and stuff and did the whole raid. It wasn't actually Trump supporters. It was a bunch of Antifa members trying to make Trump supporters look bad, which, I mean, I don't know what kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to start believing that, but I'm not willing to do them. My brain doesn't stretch like that. Let's move on. Also, you know, it's not a real conspiracy theory if it doesn't include the Illuminati, and of course he's included the Illuminati with the pyramid and the eyeball.
Some people have theorized that this is like a reference. This is also a reference to Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls or something.
That wouldn't freaking surprise me, but no, I definitely think he's just trying to.
Like some of these as shit.
I think he's just trying to associate Democrats and SJWs with the Illuminati. And Antifa by extension.
Like, admittedly, admittedly, I couldn't come up with some of these puns. Like, some of the, like, as horrible as this imagery is, it's like some of these puns. Like, this guy knows his puns somewhat, like with things like Tran Station. Again, as offensive as it is, like there's Tran Station, Black Lives Matter horn, and they just gave up with socialism go round. Like
they're not even good puns. Like they're such.
Oh no, they're offensive.
Effort.
No, it's like
it's not even that they're offensive. It's not even funny. Like it's fucking low effort. Like it's like a dad joke. You're like, oh, I can't believe you said that.
The thing,
you did.
It's like the thing is like at least there's like some sort of rhyme and rhythm to it. It's like, but socialism go round. Like one person in the comment section said, "Why?" Like really? So like said,
okay,
really?
Yeah, but like, what kind of? There isn't like Black Lives Matter horn. He literally just added the word horn to Black Lives Matter. That's
no. Again, don't.
It.
Again, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like this is just all, you know, like this.
It's like that. It's just that it's not funny. It's not.
No, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's funny. Like I'm not saying it's funny. Like clearly.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that like these are all very low effort puns, if you even want to call them that.
The thing I was saying with the whole socialism go around thing is like, there's like
that one is the worst one.
Yeah, it's like
the least amount of effort definitely went into that.
Someone said like, why didn't you just call this the commie go round? That would have been like, that's like somewhat like that's like.
Well, see, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, socialism has nothing to do with communism.
Yeah, but according to this guy, they'd probably be
right. It's because he's stupid. Socialism, if you have half of a brain, you understand that socialism just means your government doing things for you, like it's supposed to. But, I mean, at least in the simplest of terms. But, like, I think I understand why they associate it with communism, because they want you to be scared of it. That way you don't try to vote for things like free healthcare or something like that. Because if it's socialism, then obviously it's communism, and everyone remembers that communism is bad and doesn't work.
It's just like, I just don't get. It's just this is just chaotic. Like this whole thing with the fucking woke Disney thing is so chaotic, and it's just like, I just find it funny that, like, you know, just because Disney is, you know, is trying not to be how they were back in the day when Walt Disney was alive, like, because, you know, let's face it, Disney, the company did, like, Walt Disney, the man, had some biases. And
some biases. He was actually a Nazi. What are you talking about?
It's just, but it's like, you know, and, you know, after, that's why you saw like a bunch of like pretty bad imagery in old Disney movies and whatnot. But like,
yeah,
you know,
he also very much liked openly discussing how he did not like the Jews at all.
Yeah, and it's like, and after he died, that's when Disney started to try really change everything. That's actually why you don't see that really horribly offensive centaur in Fantasia anymore. Because after Disney, the man died, Disney, the company, went, okay, let's just take that one out. And like, I just feel like I just don't see what is so wrong with not wanting to be an asshole. Like,
I think the real problem lies in people being afraid of change and just thinking, oh, they're changing stuff. That has to be bad. Like, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Change is a very natural and vital part of the human experience. If you can't change, you're just going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And now you're seeing it on something that isn't like a person. It's like a thing, you know, and it's the thing about things, you know, that's what our life is surrounded by. You spend most of your life intaking things from things like media and stuff like that, and when it changes, that makes some people very afraid, because they think that changing something, no matter how good of a change it is, ultimately destroys something, even though that isn't the case.
Yeah, and
I mean, sometimes it is. Like, don't get me wrong. Like let's take George Lucas, for example, and the original trilogy, and all of the many multitude of changes that he made to them. To some degree, some of those changes did kind of affect the original source material, in the sense that you can no longer parse it the same because the scene itself has taken on different meaning because of all of the additions. But this isn't quite on the same scale as that, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, like really, with my thing about the whole story, about the special editions, is like my problem isn't even really the special editions. It's just like we can't really see the originals.
No, yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, because I actually do think there are. Because I actually do think there are some. I mean, I don't know why I'm going into Star Wars right now, but it's like because I do actually think there are some. I do actually think there are some good changes and whatnot.
I agree. Like there are a handful of ones that I don't like Jabba the Hutt. It's not even that Jabba, just the CG on that's the least of the problems.
But it's also pointless.
Yeah, it's pointless. But I don't know if you've actually noticed, but they literally just do ADR on Han Solo and have him say everything that he just said to frickin' Greedo.
It's not even. It's actually not even ADR. It was actually that scene was actually originally going to be in the movie, but they didn't. But they decided to have the Greedo scene in there instead to take its place. But later on. But however, when they went back to put Jabba back in the film, it's still the same. It's still the same scene. It's just they added in the CGI Jabba, and it's just again, it's kind of pointless because
originally. This is actually another interesting thing that you probably knew about. Jabba was supposed to be like a human.
Oh yeah,
he was supposed to be just this fat guy.
Yeah, and plus, I will say, we'll go back to the whole the woke Disney thing, but it's like the one thing I never liked about that, and it's kind of like the problem I also have this problem with Phantom Menace when they did this too, but it's like I honestly don't. I don't see how Jabba's able to move around, considering how much of a fat slug he is. Like in Return of the Jedi, he never really moved. He just kind of
he just kind of sat there. I mean, well, see, that's the thing. Like in Return of the Jedi, it's implied that he moved because he had to get to his sail barge somehow. But like when I first saw it as a kid, I actually had a really neat thought that's kind of stuck with me. I thought that Jabba was just a really decadent and lazy, kind of like a king almost, in the sense that he has like everything. And everyone around him pretty much just gets his table scraps. So I thought that he'd be the kind of guy that would have a bunch of Gamorrean slaves whose express duty it is to move him around wherever he wants to go on his fancy little platform with all of his slaves that he can prod and mess with.
I actually kind of theorized that that he's just like maybe able to. What's the word I'm looking for? Like they're able to like slide him around. Like I don't know if it's like hoverboard or like wheels, but it's like
levitate.
Basically whatever platform he's on, they just kind of push that platform and just
that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, like he has like a group of slaves that just move him around from point A to point B on his platform.
That's what I got.
That's how I thought. And honestly, I think that'd be kind of honestly a lot cooler because it would add some realism to the creature. Like obviously, it's not a real creature; it doesn't look like one, but like. It would sell some of the believability, right? Because it
would give a little bit more character, a little bit more idea, like what is I just don't imagine. I just can't see this fat slug Jabba just sliding around.
And honestly, they kind of missed an opportunity by not doing that because like one of the character traits of Jabba is that he doesn't fucking care who you are. If like the only reason he meets people is because he can get something out of them. His whole existence is just using people. And I think nothing would help sell that more than the fact that he had freaking 4 slaves who just exist to move him around.
Yeah, but once again, we'll circle back to the woke Disney thing. Yeah, this thing is stupid. Like, I don't really, like, I don't know what point they're trying to make. It's like, it's not that they're against Trump supporters, it's just they don't, like, if you can't be bothered to wear a mask and whatnot, they can not allow you in. That's... I just don't get...
Yeah, it's like people... So, this is one thing that kind of confuses me about Republicans, right? So, it's like... I think that they legitimately don't understand what private business means.
Yeah.
So, like, do you remember a few years ago when they made that court case about that guy who didn't want to do the wedding cake for the...
Oh, yeah. I saw it on John Oliver.
Yeah. So, that's a thing that the Republicans are responsible for, which ultimately... made the court say, yeah, as a private business, you can choose to include or exclude whoever you want for whatever reason. It's your business. And now, when those private businesses are doing that, except it's not homosexuals and liberals, it's Republicans that are being affected by this. They want to cry about it and say that it's not fair. And I just don't get it. You literally you made the bed, and now you're mad that you have to sleep in it.
The problem,
because they created the possibility and reality that you can just legally discriminate against whoever for whatever reason, as a business. They made that possible, and now they're mad when it's used against them.
the problem is, like, it's not even like the same comparison. One comparison is just, hey, we don't want, I don't want to, this one guy at the cake shop saying, I don't want to do a cake for a gay wedding, like, which is actually discriminatory. The other one is
We don't want you.
It's a public health. It's
plague carrier.
Yeah, it's a public safety issue with the whole not wanting to spread the virus. So it's not even like the same argument. Like, no, discrimination.
It's the same effect. Yeah, but it's literally for one of them is just not justified at all. And I'm sure I don't even have to say which one. I mean, I hope I'm not making your brain do work. But if you didn't get it, discriminating against homosexuality really kind of is unreasonable, no matter how you want to cut that cake. Pun completely intended. But, like, telling someone, hey, I don't want you to come in here without a mask. You're gonna you might get a bunch of other people sick. You might get yourself sick. You might actually kill someone or yourself with the coronavirus. And they're like, oh, no, that's heresy. But that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just the hypocrisy of Republicans and whatnot. Like, they just, like, they only want to speak out about stuff when it affects them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Like, obviously, for the years where this was the case and it wasn't really affecting Republicans negatively, they didn't think twice about the fact that they legally allowed a business to refuse their business to somebody for nothing. And now they're remembering. I don't even think they're remembering. They're just seeing and acknowledging the reality that they've made, and then they realize that they don't like it. And I'm like, well, who do you have to blame for that? It's yourselves.
Yeah, it's just again, all this is this whole woke Disney thing. It's just a bunch of, it's just stupidity, just a bunch of chaos and whatnot. I don't even know.
It doesn't even look that good. It actually kind of hurts to look at. Like, what the frick is going on with?
What the dwarf even mean by saying the M word? Like, what?
I think man, maybe male.
Oh God,
misogyny. I don't know.
Like. It's just...
Also, what's going on with Sleeping Beauty's face?
Well, no, that's Snow White.
Yeah, that is Snow White. My bad. But what's going on with her face? Also, this is the other thing that kind of just, like, the more you look at this, the more it hurts your eyes and brain. The art style is just gross. It really doesn't look good.
It's just...
I'm not even saying to shit on the guy. Like,
It's just, again, this is just, this whole thing is just, just...
Here's the thing that doesn't... Why is he saying, take your Snow White privilege and get out of here, and then punching Donald Duck? Why isn't he punching freaking Snow White?
I don't understand the messaging here. I just don't. It's just stupid. It's just stupid, and... I'm glad that Disney is now taking steps to try to mend the wounds of the past. Like, for example, the whole thing about Disney hating the man hating Jews. There was actually an episode, like, there's actually one of the characters on the show, Andy Mack, who actually is Jewish, and they actually kind of it's a whole episode like this about this like Jewish holiday or whatnot. I don't remember what it was about, but it was it was really cool.
Might have been oh, I forgot the name of it. They get together and they do it. Gordon, I forgot the name of it.
And in other terms of inclusivity and whatnot, there's this one cartoon that called The Owl House, which features like the Disney's first bisexual lead, and whatnot. Have you ever heard of The Owl House?
I can't say that I have.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's it's from the the woman who created it also directed some episodes of the new DuckTales, and she also worked on Gravity Falls. She's actually Alex Hirsch's girlfriend, and the lead character is actually Dominican, which is pretty cool.
Hey, some representation. Oh, one more thing I meant to ask you.
Yeah.
Sorry to change the topic getting into Star Wars, but this is just a question. Have you seen Star Wars The Bad Batch?
No. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not tremendously interested in like the animated Star Wars stuff.
IDK, man, it's pretty good. Dave Filoni has kind of been single-handedly carrying the Star Wars lore universe on his back for the last like 5 years.
Well, no, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'd probably say maybe in the realm of animation he probably has, but like he still I feel like he still has a ways to go in terms of like the live action stuff. Like I feel like in terms of like the live action television side of things, I think Jon Favreau is a little bit more of a credit to, like, for example, with The Mandalorian and whatnot, considering he was like the actual showrunner. But I will say Dave Filoni is all I have really to go on Dave Filoni right now is like The Mandalorian. Filoni is getting better with Mandalorian. Like, I did really like his Ahsoka episode.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, like he's done a lot for that show as well. TBH, like without.
I mean, no, yeah, I know he was like
a lot of aspects of that show that just wouldn't exist.
But basically, yeah, like it's just like I don't know. Like I tried, of course, like I watched that one Clone Wars movie that came out, and I thought it was fucking horrible.
Was kind of not good.
Yeah, it was horrible. And then I watched like the first episode of the last season of Clone Wars. I'm like, it just wasn't.
Well, the last season's really good. I definitely recommend watching it. And then the Bad Batch, that's if you want to do like a shortened speed run, so to speak, of the Clone Wars. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the rest of it, but the earlier seasons are definitely a lot harder to get into than the later seasons, just because of how, like, I think it doesn't really start picking up steam until after season 3, I want to say. And then even with that, it's still very sort of kiddish because it was on Cartoon Network up until Netflix picked it up.
And before Disney bought Lucasfilm.
Yeah. And the Netflix season, which was for the longest time like the last season, I think it was season 5, was really, really good. And very much darker than the earlier stuff in the sense that you had more adult subtext and undertone, which sort of made it interesting to watch. And also, it's definitely, in my opinion, way more watchable than the actual prequels themselves.
Now, I will say the one animated thing I did, one of the few animated Star Wars things I did watch that I did really like, was Clone Wars, the Genndy Tartakovsky micro series.
Oh yeah, the 2003. Yeah, those were freaking amazing.
Also, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that on Disney Plus, the Disney Plus has added so many of like the older Star Wars stuff? Like they've added in, they have this new thing called Star Wars Vintage, and they have like Caravan of Courage, Ewoks: The Battle of Endor. They have the Ewoks cartoon, which again I haven't watched any of those, but I know those.
When we get in the Christmas special in there, though.
Oh, they also got the Clone Wars micro series, but I will say, they actually do have the animated segment from the Clone Wars, not Clone Wars, they have the animated segment from the holiday special, as a standalone thing on Disney Plus. Like, it's not they don't have the full holiday special.
Hilarious.
But they have the animated thing, and they call it, The Story of the Faithful Wookiee. And it's just the animated part of the Star Wars holiday special, which makes me think that one of these days, they probably will put the holiday special on Disney Plus, at least one of these days.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm on Disney Plus right now. I'm fucking looking at it. Yeah, I see The Story of the Faithful Wookiee. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know
Damn, that animation was painful.
Yeah. But like I said,
the Millennium Falcon looked nothing like the Millennium Falcon.
I mean, I will say the image on the thing is like just the bottom of it, so like, I don't know, but like I said, I do like that they added more of like the old Star Wars stuff. Even if I'm probably
they added the 2D micro series.
Oh yeah, like
dude, I don't know if you remember the Clone Trooper. I think it was Fordo. The guy that when they were fighting over that bridge, who just literally freaking held off like 8 droids.
I only saw that like
shooting them.
I saw that
threw his rifle at one and then just pulled out his pistol and wrecked them.
I saw the micro series like in 2015. I don't remember a whole lot of. I only like remember some highlights. But even though sadly, I get why it's not canon anymore, because canon was just like crazy back in the day, like before Disney bought Lucasfilm.
Oh yeah, the expanded universe was such a like, don't get me wrong, there were a lot of cool parts about it, but also
It was confusing.
incredibly convoluted.
Yeah, like
it
there's
was
some people,
super confusing.
like there are people like who are mad, like why did Disney get rid of the expanded universe? It's like there was like no canon. Like there were like different level. They had like different levels of canon, like A canon, B canon, C.
Yep.
And like the one true canon was G canon, which none of that makes any sense because like you can't be sort of canon. You're either canon or you're not canon. And I'm not saying take away, like Disney didn't take away these things forever. Like hell, you can still watch the micro series on Disney Plus.
Really, what I think is the biggest issue for people. Like, I can kind of understand where they're coming from, right? Because I played a lot of the Star Wars video games. I've read quite a few of the books. I would consider myself to be somebody that had a lot of exposure to the expanded universe. And for every cool thing that I learned, there were at least 9 other things that just made me go, what the fuck is this even talking about? There are like 4 or 5 different stories that are credited with, like, the beginnings of the Jedi. And then, like, one of them is pretty good. The one where they like talk about, like, which I think has been replaced with what they added in that EA Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order video game, the Zepho, and it like talks about the first like community of Force wielders and stuff. And like it's all cool stuff. It's all really cool, but like, there's just so much of it, and I really feel like, for the most part, Disney is just trying to trim the fat. The issue therein is that there is an unholy amount of fat in the what is now called Star Wars Legends part of things.
Yeah, it became way too convoluted, and again, like I feel like it's fair. Like they didn't even discriminate. They got rid of everything except for the Clone Wars TV series and the in the movies. I mean,
the prequels. Yeah, and like even then, like for me, like all of these stories that talk about all of these cool characters and stuff, and establish these awesome storylines, like Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, the Dark Nest Crisis and stuff like that. Although I think, no, was that decanonized? I don't remember. But like the stories and stuff still exist. Like people are legitimately only getting upset because it no longer impacts the fake history of the fake world of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of like, sort of infuriating, especially if you've dedicated a lot of time into reading these stories and keeping up with them. But like, if anything, for me, it would be more exciting because I want to see what they're going to replace it with and how they're going to try to streamline the history of the universe.
And it's not like they can't take inspiration from the Legend stuff. Like, didn't they bring back Thrawn for like for Rebels?
For Rebels.
Yeah, like it's not like, again, it's not like they've just taken away all this and you can't ever watch it again or whatnot. Like, no, you can still watch Getting Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. It's just too.
I think what they're gonna end up doing, and it's kind of like what they've done with Thrawn. I think that might be indicative of a pattern. I think that they're just gonna slowly but surely recanonize. Not everything, but
like
some
lot things.
Of what they have decanonized, just to be able to give it context within the new storyline.
And plus, I feel like when you get like if all of this stuff was still canon, it would be too restrictive on new creators when trying to make new Star Wars stuff.
Not only that, but it would also just make getting into Star Wars such an intimidating thing to do. Like, because now, like, if you start from square one, you have to catch up all the way to, like, square 1 million, and all of that's going to be reading books, watching hours of TV shows, and maybe even playing a few video games if you're into that kind of thing. But, like,
Again, for me, I just kind of watch the movies. I watch the live action series like Mandalorian. I cannot wait for the Obi-Wan series.
Oh, me neither, dude. That shit's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, but like I said, I feel like, I feel like, granted, I was actually kind of surprised that they called all this Star Wars vintage. Like I thought they would have actually called it. They would probably call this stuff Star Wars Legends. For Disney Plus.
Legends, yeah.
I think that would have been probably appropriate, considering that's what they already do, but oh well. But yeah. I do really like that they've done this. And like I said, I probably should.
They might have gone with vintage, just because not all of the stuff that they have in there is really genuinely vintage. Honestly, calling the 2D Clone Wars vintage makes me feel like a fossil because I remember when that was actually airing on TV. But like, yeah, I agree. I think calling it Star Wars Legends would have been a bigger brain play, but I like what they've done. I think it's a cool concept, and I'm happy. I'm excited to see what they're going to add to it for sure.
Yeah, I still think one of these days, like one of these days, they're probably going to add in the Star Wars Holiday Special.
And another little, this isn't really a nit. I mean, I guess it is a nitpick, but it's not really an actual criticism. It's more of just a thing, I guess. So, I like that they've added the 2D microseries. I would have liked to have it in its original format because originally it aired as a bunch of like 10 to 15 minute shorts, and I like that they've kind of condensed it into one or two volumes. But yeah, I think either way, Star Wars Vintage, big need.
Yeah, I do think that is pretty cool. I will say, actually, you know what? I think once again I'll get to some of the other topics, but let's talk about some of the streaming services like that have been popping up this year. I will for a couple of those that were pretty prominent are Discovery Plus and Paramount Plus. We'll talk about Discovery Plus. I think hold on.
Did we ever talk about last year, like our predictions for where this whole streaming service thing was going to go? Because I feel like we at one point had a discussion about how other studios are going to start doing their thing too, but I could be wrong. I
don't remember us having this discussion, but I will say, I think we did have some discussions as to some announcements that were being made, like that Discovery Communications was going to be. Right. Was going to be doing some of that stuff. But I will say, hold on, I will. But a couple of these have come out. One of them is Discovery Plus. Another one of these is Paramount Plus. We'll probably talk about Discovery Plus first. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think you'll probably be able to. I think you'll probably be able to get into Discovery Plus and check out the streaming service with me, right?
Yeah, for sure. I actually haven't had a chance to check it out yet.
Yeah, but luckily you do now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I recommended that you get Discovery Plus. So yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. This Discovery Plus, hold on, let me make sure I'm on. Yeah, people can see it. Yep. This was one of the best launches for a streaming service I've seen yet, because they did everything right that HBO Max and Peacock got wrong. Discovery Plus actually has 4K content. Like, they have this section for Planet Earth and the BBC documentaries. They're all in 4K.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Planet Earth is in. Granted, I wish it would tell you which ones were in 4K, but
I just noticed that. Yeah.
But from what I've heard, Planet Earth is in 4K, Planet Earth 2 is in 4K. All because let's face it, BBC knocked it out of the park with these documentaries.
For real. I'm looking around their catalog, and they definitely have a lot of interesting things on display. And yeah, Planet Earth and Planet Earth 2 in 4K, those two projects are already just breathtakingly beautiful things to watch, and seeing that in 4K HD would be something. Yeah, and I also like the little I don't know if you've probably noticed this, but they have little logos.
Oh yeah, the content hubs.
Shows. Yeah.
Like content hubs. But for example, when you look on the home page, you have for example, there's Discovery Plus Originals. There's TLC. There's Animal Planet. There's Animal Planet. Which, guess what's on Animal Planet that made me so happy when I found out it was on there?
What?
Hold on, let me try to find it. Where is it? Lost Tapes.
Lost Tapes, homie. That's a blast from the past. That's awesome.
Yeah, funny enough, Lost Tapes is actually my most viewed video on my, when I reviewed Lost Tapes, it's my most reviewed video on my channel. I think it has over 12,000 views, which, hey, guys, thank you for watching that. But it seems like a lot of people really do remember Lost Tapes. Like, granted, there were some shitty episodes, especially around season 3, but I will...
Oh, bro, they got monsters inside me.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's a show that will definitely make your skin crawl.
Yeah.
So, real talk, when are they going to give Coyote Peterson his own Animal Planet show?
They did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. It's called Coyote Peterson Brave the Wild.
Oh, I actually just speak of the devil. There it is.
Yeah.
That's good. That's great.
I will, if you guys don't know what Brave the Wild is, I've seen the entire series so far. Granted, I don't know if I hope they make a season 2. But it's pretty much Coyote Peterson's YouTube show, but on a little bit more of a budget, considering he's going to places he hasn't really gone before. But, it's a pretty...
longer, too.
It's a pretty good, wait, what were you saying?
I'm imagining that the runtime for the episodes are longer than his usual YouTube videos.
Actually, they're around the same, 30 minutes, 21, 20-something
cool,
minutes.
Cool.
Yeah, but, yeah, I will say I haven't really I haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel in a while, because, a lot of it is just, clickbait now, but I will say the show is, his show Brave the Wild is really good. Also, another thing I love about Discovery Plus that they did was that they made deals with all the major streaming platforms before they launched. Like Amazon, Roku, Chromecast. I use the Chromecast right now. They made all those deals before they launched and didn't wait or anything.
Imagine not doing that in it.
Peacock. But yeah, they knew how to get that right. Also, another thing I love that they did was that new episodes of their shows on their actual networks premiere on Discovery Plus the same day, meaning I could catch up with Josh Gates Tonight and Crikey It's the Irwins the same as everyone else does. Whereas, and look, I love Disney Plus, but one of the criticisms I do have is that whenever there's a new show, they wait for the entire, on their networks, like Disney Channel, for example, let's take The Owl House, for example. The new seasons or whatnot are only premiere on Disney Plus, maybe a month after the season ends on the Disney Channel. And I feel like that kind of that allows spoilers to happen and whatnot.
Yeah, dude, for sure. A whole month? Yeah, bro. Yeah.
But Discovery Plus doesn't do that. They premiere new episodes the same day they premiere on TV, which I think is just fantastic. And yeah, have you seen Crikey It's the Irwins?
No, I've heard of it. I know that's it's got Bindi
and Terry and Robert.
Irwins. It's got the Irwins.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
It's actually a great series. In fact, the newest season, the last few episodes, the last couple of episodes of the last season and the first few episodes of this season were really fascinating because they take place during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is the first time I actually saw Terry Irwin, like Steve Irwin's widow, as the leader of Australia Zoo, because she had to make so many hard decisions when it came to lockdown and whatnot. Consider, hell, there was at one point 10 people were left to take care of Australia Zoo during the pandemic, including herself. She got out there and worked her ass off, and nearly half of those people were, nearly half of the workers were family, and I love that. It was a really fantastic look into, how does Australia Zoo deal with a global pandemic like this? And it's fantastic. And they also have an episode where it's Bindi's wedding. They also have this newest thing which they aired as a Discovery Plus original called where basically what was it? Dang it. Where was it? It was They had this one Discovery Plus special on around Crikey It's the Irwins, but it was about the birth of Bindi's daughter, and which makes me feel old. Yeah, it's called Crikey, It's a Baby, and yeah,
It
it's
makes you feel. You do realize that you and I are the same age as Bindi, right?
she's about a month or so older than me.
Yeah, she's a few months older than me, but we're all 22 up in this.
Yeah, like man, oh god, I feel old. Like she,
Yeah, no,
I remember.
I remember seeing her on TV, and
I remember seeing her on.
fucking sprout.
I remember when she had like this when she had this like Discovery Kids show called Bindi the Jungle Girl.
I do too.
Yeah, like which I will say kind of freaked.
The Jungle
Girl. Which I will say.
Bindi.
But I will say, it kind of, like, the show, I'm not gonna lie, Bindi the Jungle Girl kind of not freaked me out, but it's like, there was a little bit of a startling thing to me, because that show aired after Steve Irwin's death, and I didn't know that he actually filmed some episodes and appeared in the show. I was like, wait, what's he doing here? What, like, little me, like, little Christian was really confused.
Is that a ghost, Uwu?
Why are you saying ooh woo about Steve Irwin? Like, I just, yeah, that was freaky. I was like, how is this possible? How, like, of course now I kind of now that I know the whole thing about how television is made, it's like, all right, this was clear. A lot of these episodes were clearly filmed before Steve's death, but I will say that was pretty like out there. But also this has so many of my other shows I love watching. Like, I love watching Mythbusters. That's like one of my favorite shows. Have you ever watched Expedition Unknown?
Expedition Unknown.
Yeah.
I think I actually just saw that pop up on here. But no, I haven't seen it. I also really enjoy Mythbusters. Fun fact: did you know that Jamie Hyneman and Adam Savage are not friends?
I think I know that Adam Savage said they don't really work together anymore because their dynamic on the show became a little bit more strained as the show went on. But yeah, like I don't know, but I do know that he said he's probably never going to work with Hyneman again, which that's not a good sign, really. But yeah, but I will say, if you haven't,
have you ever checked out his YouTube channel?
Oh, I actually subscribed to it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I got to watch him play with the robot dog, and then I saw this video where this guy made the robot dog pee beer.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was actually really neat.
Yeah, I love Adam Savage. Adam Savage is he's one of the Discovery Communications guys. Like that's he's like an icon over there. But if you haven't already, I would suggest checking out any of Josh Gates' shows on Discovery Plus, like Expedition Unknown. He recently did a Discovery Plus original where he teamed up with Christopher Lloyd to search for the Back to the Future car and whatnot, or discovering different kind of the history of it. And he also has this show called Josh Gates Tonight, where when COVID hit, they couldn't really film any episodes of Expedition Unknown, so he pretty much did an at-home talk show where he actually talks with real celebrities and whatnot. And which I think is pretty honestly, Josh Gates I think is stupidly talented. He's stupidly charismatic. Because one of my problems with shows like Monster Quest and whatnot is can you still hear me?
No.
Okay. But it's shows like Monster Quest and whatnot, it's on, the more I think about it, those shows are kind of boring, because it's for example, when you're making big discoveries, it's you wouldn't first hear about it on the show. You would hear about it
if they discovered Bigfoot, the first place you'd see that is the news.
Yeah, and they would make that part of the marketing.
Yeah.
But with Expedition Unknown, they do go on adventures, but oh my god, Josh Gates is the most charismatic dude out there. He's I don't know how to describe this dude, but Josh Gates is just he's like a real life Indiana Jones, but maybe even more charismatic. He's just the coolest thing ever. But yeah, I would definitely check out Expedition Unknown and Josh Gates Tonight. All that is just so much fun. Like I said, the one thing I would say about Discovery Plus is that I do wish they kind of gave you a section as to what was in 4K or whatnot, let you know. But there's so much here. I honestly go to Discovery Plus quite often Like, it is a lot of fun just watching some of these shows, and I'm just glad I get to see Lost Tapes again, because again, not all that stuff is like, not all the episodes are great. I mean,
there's some episodes in there that are pretty freaking gold, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, there's some great, like, I still to this day, I still to this day, am horrified. Like, the scariest episode in my opinion is still what was it, the vampire episode. You ever see that episode?
Yeah.
Well, like, they have, like, these weird vampire-like creatures in their basement, and it's like, I literally could not, I literally did, like, was so scared of the dark for, like, 2 years because of that. I still...
Nah, same. Like, after watching that, waking up to go to the bathroom became so much harder to do.
But I will say probably my favorite episode, like, overall, is the Monster of Monterey, where it's pretty much the Loch Ness Monster, but it's not really the Loch Ness Monster. They have so many because if you remember that episode, it's just this one woman on a boat, but the cameras are on different sections of the boat, including one on the top. And it's the way they edit is so clever, because, like, whenever something, like, for example, there's, like, a scene where, like, something bumps into her boat, and the camera, like, the editing cuts to the camera that's above the boat, and she doesn't see it, but you could see the monster swimming under the boat. I'm just like, that, again, that was that's, like, one of the best uses of found footage I've ever seen in my life. And then you get to season 3, and they have some pretty cringe things like oh my god, like, did you ever see the Poltergeist episode?
Yeah, that one wasn't as good as literally any of the other episodes.
There's one part in that might be the dumbest single moment in all of Lost Tapes, which is we're following these paranormal investigators. This dude one of the guys goes up to the window with his camera, and when he opens the blinds, he sees a bloody version of himself with a knife, and he goes, ugh! And then his coworkers go, what happened? And then he looks back and it's not there. He's like, I don't know, I must have hallucinated something. And I'm just like, no, he said, that's probably nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dude, you're a paranormal investigator. This is like the one job where if you see something weird, you did your job well. Yeah. It's like
for real, and he's just like, nah, must have been the wind.
I was like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like
almost as dumb as, like, a freaking guard NPC in a video game. Here, just fucking a bunch of thrashing and stuff, and it's like, nah, must
it's
have
like
been a rat.
Like, this is like the one job where, like, if you see something weird, like, your coworkers are not going to think you're crazy, because that's literally, your job is to find ghosts. Like,
Yeah, you're literally looking for weird stuff. Like, if you found weird stuff, congratulations, you've done your job.
That's what paranormal means. Like, you're finding shit that's not normal. I've gone into that more in my oh my god, I forgot to even mention the zombies episode, where this one dude gets, like, there's this one officer is trying to take this one girl who he doesn't know is a zombie back to the truck or whatever, but the officer just lets the girl, like, continue to gnaw his arm. And I was like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like,
obviously he mistook her eating him for a mating call.
Basically, when Lost Tapes is great, it's like some of the best found footage out there, and when it sucks, it really fucking sucks. Although it really sucks. Although that is when it becomes funny. That's when Lost Tapes becomes funny, whenever it sucks. But the great episodes of Lost Tapes are great. There's also a couple of episodes that are supposed to take place in West Virginia, like the Mothman episode and the Devil Monkey episode. Like, the Devil Monkey one was just weird. But honestly, I would not mind if, like, they brought back Lost Tapes for for Discovery Plus or whatnot. Like keep it to I don't know. I would like to see, like, a relaunch of Lost Tapes, like, exploring some other creatures, but you actually let the filmmakers and whatnot and the writers, like, basically don't make the same mistakes as before. I don't know. I just think it'd be cool if they did that, but I don't know.
Speaking of oh gosh, I just had a massive brain fart. You mentioned West Virginia. Did I tell you about the movie that I watched that was filmed and takes place in Huntington, West Virginia?
I think you may have last week.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I think like you said it was like some sort of low budget thing.
Yeah. We should watch it sometime. It's called hang on. I think it's called Teenage Strangler.
Teenage Strangler.
Yeah, Teenage Strangler. Yeah, from 1964. It has like an 18% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's oh shit, Mystery Science Theater 3000 watched it at some point.
Huh. I've actually never watched Mystery Science Theater.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. Definitely not enough to be like familiar with all of the dudes that are in it. And all of that stuff. But I mean, I know what it is, and I have seen it before. I want to watch more of it because I feel like it'd be a good way to find some funny B movies.
Yeah. Again, like I do really like Discovery Plus. And fun fact, I think in the list of streaming service providers, where is Discovery? Discovery Plus has like 15 million subscribers already. Which is honestly really impressive. Because the funny thing is that, like, if I'm not mistaken, Discovery Plus has 15 million subscribers. Paramount Plus, which we'll get to later, has 8 million subscribers. Which again is just insane. Like, I honestly think Discovery Plus is gonna be a pretty, like, probably a bigger player in the streaming game than we thought. You there?
Yeah, I agree for sure. Because, like, honestly, they have started out really strong. They have a bunch of nice, interesting originals. Everything is going to be there on the same day. Like Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, HBO Plus. I don't think any of them offer that kind of
like the content
speed as far as access to the stuff. You know?
But it's also like the content on Discovery Plus is simultaneously both niche but also wide ranging, because a lot of it is like, you know, nonfiction stuff, but there's like
you got something for everyone, like
like you got stuff for animal lovers, like you got stuff for like people who are into archaeology. You got stuff
for your mom.
Oh yeah,
TV.
You know, and also other stuff for your mom, like TLC stuff, like when it comes to things like 90 Day Fiance or My 600-Pound Life. God damn.
I wonder if they have 16 kids and counting or whatever.
Didn't like the dad, or I think it's 18 kids and counting. Didn't the dad get like arrested for something?
I think it was one of the brothers, and yeah, he like.
No, I think it was the dad.
No. I'm pretty sure it was one of the older brothers. I can Google this, but the Dugars. And
okay, 18 kids and
was arrested for, I think, sexually assaulting one of his younger sisters.
Oh god! Oh, okay.
Yeah, he molested 5 girls.
Oh god! Okay, maybe yeah. This took a dark turn. I don't like this. This took a really dark turn. I think oh god. But yeah, Discovery Plus. It's really cool. I do really like the It's easy to navigate. I think it's like. I think it was like $8 a month or something. I think there's stuff in there for everyone. There's a lot of stuff in there I love. They have some new stuff. They have some vintage stuff. But yeah, I do really like Discovery Plus. So yeah, I think. And speaking of streaming services, you know. I think we should also, you know, take a look at Paramount Plus if you don't mind. You there?
Yeah, we can check that out.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure, you know, I think you told me I think I recommended Paramount Plus if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And so yeah.
Got access to that. Just gotta log in Reno, bro.
Yeah. I will say the launch of Paramount Plus was a bit of a mixed bag, because actually I don't know, it's like this is like no different from CBS All Access. Like they made most of the changes last year, Great. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's great. It's a good interface. Don't get me wrong. I do like how like sort of like Discovery Plus and Disney Plus, they have like different content hubs. But
Right.
but yeah, like they didn't really, when it came to the launch of Paramount Plus, they didn't really add like anything to like the overall look of it for the most part. I feel like they probably.
Yeah.
I think they probably should have saved those CBS All Access changes, like those updates for Paramount Plus, because again, this is a good interface. I think it would be really good if they, if this is what they launched with. But again, overall, let me talk about the streaming service itself. Once again, I do love these content hubs. They're like I'm more of a I was more of a Nickelodeon kid growing up. Although
same here, I had some Cartoon Network but Nick was a big part of the ye old childhood, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff on here. Like for example,
the Wild Thornberrys movie, smashing.
I've actually never watched the Wild Thornberrys movie. I think it may have been like the first Nickelodeon film nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah, they got a lot of good stuff on this actually.
They have the SpongeBob.
They got this is a sweet spot, dude. Star Trek. I'm probably gonna force my girlfriend to watch all of this with me.
Yeah, they do have like the Star Trek series. Also on Paramount Plus they do have the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run.
Oh hell yeah! I should check that out.
Yeah, again, I don't know why a lot of people hate it. Granted, like the critics were okay with it, but I think it's easily the best SpongeBob thing to come out since that first since the first movie and the last, the third season and whatnot. Like basically, it's the best thing to come out since SpongeBob's prime days.
Yeah, and before all the writers left.
Yeah, but this has a lot of stuff we grew up with. Like this also has like SpongeBob, like probably like the episodes of
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Doug.
Which one? Which one?
The one. The 2000 and actually, what year is this? 2004.
I think that might be to that. Like, I think I know what. Like, look,
mid 2000s.
I didn't watch that one. I watched a little bit of like the 2012 series, but then I kind of lost track of that.
I've seen a few episodes of the 2012 series. I wasn't a huge fan of the animation style, so that's probably the biggest reason why I didn't finish watching it. But I've seen a few episodes here and there. Like,
I'm not the biggest fan of Ninja Turtles, although I do think there's a lot of elements throughout each individual. Like, I feel like there's like elements of like each individual, property that I feel like if enough of these elements were put together, it would be so perfect. But they do excel in some things, like and whatnot. I will say they also have Drake and Josh, which Drake and Josh is always like that's a classic. Megan!
The boobs.
Interesting.
Telling me they got boobs in this?
Wait, what was that from?
Drake and Josh.
No, I mean like I know. I mean like I don't remember that episode. Like they got boobs in this.
Oh no! I was just calling them boobs because Megan
always. Oh, okay. They also have iCarly, which I've been catching up. Also, speaking of which, iCarly. Did you hear that they're going to be reviving iCarly?
I did, but I don't think Jeanette McCurdy is coming back.
Yeah, she quit acting. Like,
I know it was a really like I actually got a chance to kind of read into Jeanette McCurdy, and it was really kind of sad that acting became literally the world's biggest hassle to her, which sucks.
Yeah, I just like it must have been chaos, but
yeah.
But apparently, like in this,
what's that you got there? A smoothie.
Oh yeah, the ostrich. Man,
yeah.
I love how like there's now starting to be like a bunch of iCarly memes. Like at first it was like Drake and Josh memes, but now there's like we're getting like that iCarly era of memes. Because like, although I will say I've been rewatching iCarly to get ready for this new one, and this new one's actually like it's going in a few different directions. Like for one, apparently Spencer has now become a successful artist, is now rich. He's part of like the 1%. But like Freddie is apparently married to this one woman, but he's gone through 2 other divorces, and he has like a stepdaughter with this new woman. Obviously Sam's nowhere to be seen. No one knows where Gibby is. Everyone like apparently
Gibby.
Yeah, Gibby was trending on Twitter because like they released like this new look, not look, but it's like they released this like like the cast of the new iCarly revealed the date, the launch date. And I think it's gonna be like June 17th for this new iCarly. But like people were like, "Where's Gibby?" I'm willing to bet they're saving Gibby for like a surprise. I'm willing, like,
dude, I bet, yeah.
I mean, because like
Gibby and they got to bring his little brother in too.
Oh yeah, Guppy. And yes, I do know. The name, Guppy and Gibby.
Guppy, yeah.
But yeah, I've been rewatching iCarly, and I will say, Freddy kind of comes across as a little bit of a creep towards
dude, a
Carly.
creep and a simp.
Yeah, he's weird.
He's a big time creep simp, man.
And you know, it's also the one thing I really cannot get over. That every time I see it, like, I'm just like, ah, damn it, I know what the cause of this was. I'm starting to really notice Dan Schneider's foot fetish so much in this show, in iCarly. Like, every time they have the characters do like a foot thing, I'm just like, damn it, I know that's Dan Schneider just jerking off to that. I hate, why is he doing this? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, let me look at what else is on. Paramount Plus. They have the Spongebob Squarepants movie. That's a classic film. Fairly Odd Parents. They have Jimmy Neutron. They have, like, what were some of the Nickelodeon shows you grew up with?
Well, TMNT was one of them. Obviously, SpongeBob. I did watch Jimmy Neutron, Fairly Odd Parents. What else was on Nick? When my sister was growing up, I think she watched Peppa Pig, and I kind of watched it with her, but like not really, because I was already a little too old.
How
long? Technically Nick Jr., I think. How
long has Peppa Pig been around? Like that, I don't remember Peppa Pig being around back then when I was a kid.
It first aired when I was like 5, I think, like 2004 or something like that.
What are the Peppa Pig? How come Peppa, like, I've never even heard of Peppa Pig until like maybe like last decade. That's like,
yeah.
That's
like, I'm pretty sure she took off harder in like Britain and whatnot, but we still got Peppa Pig over here sometimes.
Oh, you guys were in Britain at that time?
Oh no. I was just kind of speculating that like it took off probably harder in Britain, but no. We were here, but it came out on Nick Jr. in the morning sometimes. I only know because like my sister would be watching it and I'd be like, oh, okay. Peppa Pig time it is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've actually never watched Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, I watched the crap out of it. And also Blue's Clues.
Oh yeah, I remember Blue's Clues. They actually
was Bear in the Big Blue House on Nick?
No, that was Disney.
That was Disney, wasn't it?
Yeah, people are there's still like a campaign to try to get that show, Bear in the Big Blue House, on Disney Plus.
I'd like to see it again. It's been a while.
Ooh, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide.
Oh yeah, bro. Ned's Declassified. Bro, Malcolm in the Middle.
That wasn't Nickelodeon. That's technically Disney now.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Why did I think that was Nick?
Oh, because they would have reruns on Nick at Night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Something like that.
Yeah. Although I will say this, as much as I love Ned's Declassified, those tips never fucking helped.
Oh yeah,
no, they never fucking worked.
They didn't help at all.
Like, first of all, they more applied to high school, but even then they never worked. It's like, like trying to socialize with people. Like, hi, I'm Christian. It doesn't work. Like, kids are awful. School kids are awful. So it's like, no, it's a funny show. Don't get me wrong. It's a really funny show. Don't think that Ned's Declassified will actually give you any like useful information. It doesn't. None of this shit works.
One of the tips I remember the most is that you can use an inhaler to cheat at a laying down skateboard race.
Wait,
I don't know when we'll ever need that information, but Ned's Declassified gave it to me.
I don't remember that at all. Like, I don't remember that tip at all. But like, and also I can't, but regardless, I mean, it still is a really funny show, but the tips never fucking worked. They don't work. They lied. Ryan's Mystery Playdate, like they have I guess Ryan's Toy Reviews has a show. I'm trying to think of some of the other stuff. Oh, I remember when I was a kid and I watched Go Diego Go. Like, there was that. I think when I was a kid, I was also kind of obsessed over Wonder Pets for some reason. You still...
Wonder Pets. Yeah, was that the ones that sang?
Yeah, like, Wonder Pets, we're on the way. Something to save the day. Why do I remember that song? I really... Actually, if I'm not mistaken... I'm wondering if I'm mistaken. I think Roger Deakins was a cinematographer for like one episode. I think. What was he? Like no, it was Matthew Libatique or something. Like hold on. I'm trying to think because like I remember. Because like it was actually kind of like, oh, what was it? Because I remember, yeah, Wonder Pets Save the Crane. Are you still there?
No.
Oh my God, no, it wasn't Roger Deakins. There was an episode of Wonder Pets called Wonder Pets Save the Crane, and you would not believe who did the cinematography for that. It wasn't Roger Deakins, but they got Janusz Kaminski to do the cinematography, and he's the guy who does Spielberg movies a lot, like Schindler's List, Saving Private Ryan, Minority Report, Lincoln, Warhorse. They got him to do the... How do you even do the cinematography for Wonder Pets? Like, that's weird. I mean, not bad, but it's like, yeah. Oh yeah, they also have like Doug. They have Doug on there, on Paramount Plus. What?
I said,
Yeah. No, I barely watched Doug, I think. I barely watched Doug. Oh my God, Ubi. They have Ubi.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Ubi. I do be knowing about Ubi. Oh, they also have the Angry Beavers show and Rocco's Modern Life.
Yeah, once again, those two are also shows I barely watched. I don't know, like, it's weird.
I barely just caught them. Like, the most of the reason that I was able to see these was because of, VHS. Same with Real Monsters and Rugrats. I wonder if they have Rugrats.
I'm pretty sure they actually have like a new Rugrats coming out this summer, like this year. I think it's still like the original cast.
I wonder if they have Cow and Chicken. Have you ever seen Cow and Chicken?
Wait, was Cow and Chicken Nickelodeon?
I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, I think the guy that did Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, it was Cartoon Network.
Cow and Chicken. Really now?
Yeah, it was Cartoon Network, but wait, it was created by David Feiss. So.
Cow and Chicken.
Oh my God, Seth MacFarlane was one of the writers for that, and Geddy Tartakovsky.
Huh.
Yeah, they
actually did not know that.
Yeah, like what else did David Feiss do? He also did.
Did he do Dexter's Lab? Or nah?
Wait, I don't I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, what? Like, I'm trying to look at what David Feiss did. He was the creator of Cow and Chicken. He was the creator of I Am Weasel. He was the storyboard artist for a segment of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. He was
that show.
He was the storyboard artist for one of the segments for El Tigre: The Adventures of Manny Rivera. He was a storyboard artist for Rango.
Oh, Rango, yeah, I've seen that.
Man, I love Rango. Like, Rango is one of my favorite animated movies of like last decade. Like, you would not believe how much it blew my mind as to, like, when it came to like the animation and whatnot back in the day, because like that shit looked like almost looked real. Ooh, here's another thing I want to try to point out. Remember, like, there was like this big controversy over Camp Coral, this animated series called Camp Coral.
Like a spinoff or something.
Yeah, because people were mad. Like, they were like, "Oh, Steven Hillenburg didn't want spinoffs," but guess what?
Did he?
He He did like people were mad that Nickelodeon decided to do a spin-off of SpongeBob because Steven Hillenburg said I didn't want any SpongeBob spin-offs at one point when he said that at one point. Except here's the thing, he actually created Camp Coral.
Isn't it? Oh wow, that's actually kind of ironic.
Yeah, here. It's like that means this whole controversy wasn't worth anything because it's like he I think the thing is like maybe at one point he said that he didn't want a Camp Coral spin-off series, but like he must have changed his mind at some point because obviously if he's like the creator of Camp Coral, then like I don't really see why anybody should be mad right now because obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I will say, I'm kind of mixed on Camp Coral. I'm not a big fan of the animation. Like, it's very, I don't know, it feels like an animation test instead of the final animation, especially when you compare it to, like, Sponge Out of Water. But, like, there's some good jokes granted, I've only seen, like, the first episode, so, I don't know, but, you know. But yeah, overall, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what else do they have on Paramount Plus? They also have, like, some of the Mission Impossible films. They have, like, some of the, I think they have, like, the Godfather trilogy.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah, and the Jackass movies.
Yeah.
They also seem to have a few or at least one Chris Farley movie, Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, let me look at, like, see if they have, like, all the Godfather. Oh, wait, okay, so they have The Godfather, and they have The Godfather Part 2, but they don't have the original version of Godfather Part 3. What they do have is The Godfather Coda, The Death of Michael Corleone, which is pretty much, Francis Ford Coppola's, sort of Snyder cut of The Godfather Part 3.
That was, like, the least well-received out of those three movies, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it, like, still got, like, a decent response. I think it was even nominated, I think even Godfather 3 was nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars, but generally people don't seem to have fond memories of The Godfather. Funny, if I've only seen The Godfather once, didn't finish Godfather Part 2, and I haven't seen Godfather 3. I do want to try to rewatch these movies, though.
Yeah, I've seen them all. I can't decide if I like 2 or 1 better, but I like them both a lot. They also have this show, if you haven't seen it, called RuPaul's Drag Race, which is an interesting...
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that either. But I know that's a big, popular show.
Yeah, my friend Mike, it's one of my European homies, recommended it to me, and I've seen a few episodes of it. It's pretty good. I like it. I forgot to mention, circling back to the whole iCarly, I will say, the final season of iCarly was kind of a disappointment to me, because, like, it felt like they were going a little bit too stupid, but I will say, considering Dan Schneider's not Nickelodeon anymore, this new iCarly could probably be, pretty good. And less about feet.
God, I hope so. If they, like, no, watch, they just double down on everything, and it's just mashed potatoes, and just like, ugh, fuck, why?
Bro, do you remember the entire episode that was about shoes?
No, wait,
Jake Foots or whatever?
Yeah, there was, yeah.
There was a lot of fucking feet in that episode.
I think there was even an episode of Victorious where, like, all they were doing was just touching each other's...
Dude, Victorious was a whole-ass foot fetish dream.
Oh.
Like, that entire show was just feet. It was like a Quentin Tarantino film.
Oh god! At least Tarantino wasn't didn't do it with minors.
Yeah. See, yeah. Well,
I mean, it's. I don't like it when Tarantino.
Definitely targeting minors. Like the actors themselves, at least in Victorious, I don't remember if any of them.
I mean, I think in the first season of iCarly they were minors.
You're probably right about that.
Yeah.
But, like, either way, it's sick.
It's still gross. Just like.
But yeah, Tarantino at least understands that he can show this to the people that will be receiving or watching his films because those people are adults. And also the people that he's shooting the scene with, you know, are also consenting adults. Like...
Yeah, I still don't like it, but at least there's, like, nothing egregiously awful about it.
No, yeah, see, there's nothing kind of that makes you go like, huh, this feels kind of illegal.
Yeah.
Because it's not. He just fucking likes feet. Whatever, dude.
It still weirds me out.
Snyder.
But like, yeah.
Yeah, same. Like it's. I don't even. You know, it's everyone has their thing. You know, I don't even really fucking care that much, but like, yeah, it's a little weird. I think, but it would be weird if it was literally anything else. Too.
Yeah.
Like if he was a real boobs guy and he just had a bunch of boob shots or.
Oh yeah, please don't make me think about Dan Schneider doing that. Please don't make me think about Dan Schneider having minors.
I was talking about
Tarantino.
Mr. Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, Dan Schneider. That would be that would be the only way to make it worse, if anything. I'm just saying, it's weird no matter what it is, because like, you know.
Yeah, and also, fun fact about Paramount Plus, next month, they're going to be actually teaming up with Epix to bring, like, over 1,000 more movies onto Paramount Plus. Probably,
that's interesting.
Yeah, although one of them they said was going to be the Avengers, which I hope they still keep the Avengers on Disney Plus, but, like, because, like, currently how it works right now is that, like, the Avengers is both on Disney Plus and Amazon Prime. So I hope they just at least still keep the Avengers on Disney Plus, because I just like having that Disney Plus library. But that means, but they're also going to be bringing, but with Epix, that means they're bringing in some Paramount movies like Dora and the Lost City of Gold. They're bringing in Gemini Man, which look, I know Gemini Man sucks, but I still love the effects in that film. I'm not like, but regardless, like they're bringing over a lot more Paramount. Oh yeah, I think they're also going to be bringing in Sonic the Hedgehog, considering it's on Epix as well. And I think over the course of the summer, it's going to add up to like over 2,000 movies.
God damn.
Yeah. And, let's see. They also have Comedy Central, although the one thing I feel like they kind of missed out on was that on the Comedy Central thing, they don't have South Park because right now HBO Max has the streaming.
Yeah, HBO, yeah. Not Hulu, HBO.
Which I will say wasn't really good hindsight, because I'm just like, wait, if you were just going to make your own streaming platform anyway, I mean, your own streaming service anyway, why wouldn't you secure South Park?
But who knows? Maybe they'll secure South Park bigger, better, and bigger, longer, and uncut.
Actually, I'm wondering if they do. Wait, where? What? Oh yeah, there.
The one South Park movie, the one moment where we get to hear what Kenny sounds like outside of his jacket.
Fun fact: guess who voiced Kenny in that one line of the movie?
Who?
Mike Judge.
Mike fucking Judge, bruv.
Yeah.
Mike, the man, the myth, the legend Judge. That's actually fucking hilarious.
That boy ain't right. I can't.
That boy ain't right.
I can't do it. I can't do a Hank Hill impression, but
I can kind of do one. It's not that good, but yeah, it's bro. Mike Judge, he's a legend.
Oh yeah, bees.
I'm the great cornholio.
Actually, wait. I think if I'm not mistaken, let me look. Cause I think Beavis and Butthead is on Paramount Plus. Funny enough, I've actually also never watched Beavis and Butthead.
It's okay. It's
I watched the movie.
It's dumb. It's funny.
But I mean,
it's fucking hilarious.
I mean, I think it kind of. I can only assume that Beavis and Butthead knows it's stupid. Like,
yeah, dude. Yeah, of course, dude. The whole show is just them fucking huffing paint thinner and then getting into trouble. It's great.
I think I've seen the movie. It had this really fucking weird trip out. Like the movie had this really weird trip out scene.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah. Beavis and Butthead do America, bro.
Yeah. And fun fact, I think they're. Oh yeah, I forgot to also mention like this year and whatnot, or like I think this year they're gonna be like not even this year, but I think like Paramount Plus is also gonna be doing this thing where like new movies that they have will appear on Paramount Plus like over 45 days or so after like they've been premiered in theaters. Meaning we're gonna be getting things like A Quiet Place 2, Mission Impossible, whatever. What was it? Mission Impossible, like 7 or 8. I don't know. There's so many Mission Impossible movies.
Yeah,
but
dude, I know. And
I think they're also
I mean, the nice thing about them is the last few of them haven't been absolutely terrible. I don't think they've made like a really, really terrible Mission Impossible movie since 2.
The only Mission Impossible movie I've actually seen was Fallout. Although I did see Ghost Protocol.
I was about to say, yeah, that was another popular one when we were like. I don't think we were going to the same school at the time, but we were definitely in school at the time. I remember seeing that too.
Yeah, in fact, I
thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought Ghost Protocol was great. I loved Fallout.
Oh yeah, me too.
If anything, from what I've heard, like when it came to like Mission Impossible, they started to get really freaking good. Like once Ghost Protocol came out, because Ghost Protocol.
Honestly, the only really, really bad Mission Impossible movie, in my opinion. Okay, the first one's kind of hasn't aged fantastically.
Let me guess.
That's
Mission Impossible 2.
Yeah, Mission Impossible 2 fucking sucks. Like it's I don't even know why. Like I don't know what they did, but it wasn't it. Mission Impossible 2 is a very not poggers entry in the Mission Impossible franchise.
Yeah, I will say, like, I do love how Tom Cruise is just trying to find more ways to get crazier and crazier. Like,
yeah,
like I
can't say I approve of him being a cult leader, but
I'm just talking about I'm just talking about his movies. And
yeah,
I think he's actually going to be teaming up with Elon Musk in one of his future films to actually go to space.
But wow.
Yeah,
I was about to say he's gonna hire Elon Musk as an actor, didn't he?
No, not an actor. No, he's teaming up with SpaceX to bring him to space.
Yeah, good, because I don't want to see Elon Musk on the TV or on a movie screen ever again.
Oh wait, okay. Well, I guess that's a good segue then, because let's talk about Saturday Night Live, where they brought in Elon Musk as the host.
And they let him dress up like Wario. God.
Yeah, I brought up the I'm bringing up the Gen Z hospital bit right now.
Oh gosh.
Man,
Gen Z, the freaking that was the most boomer thing I've ever seen. Ever.
Okay, how do I describe the how do I describe this episode of Saturday Night Live? It was more strange than awful, honestly, for me. It's like
it was weird.
I was losing
kind of not good. Like
I was losing my mind because it's like you have Elon Musk and all these people talking about saying it's not no cap or like saying
no
bunch
cap
of
and poggers and shit.
And
it's like what?
And yet he's also he's also dressing up as Wario for like
none of it made me laugh. Like I get it. Like it's been a meme for like the past few years, if not decade. The Saturday Night Live definitely isn't what it used to be.
I think
sorry, go ahead.
I think really when it comes to everyone says Saturday Night Live isn't what it used to be. I think it's really like every generation says that about Saturday Night Live. Like, because here's the way I always view Saturday Night Live for me. It's always been kind of hit or miss. Like sometimes, whenever they get a great sketch, like for example this last year with the Jim Carrey as Joe Biden versus Alec Baldwin as Donald Trump, I thought that was hilarious. But then there's some other skits that are kind of eh. Like for me, the Saturday Night Live is always kind of with each episode, because when you're trying to do a sketch show that's like an hour and a half long.
You're not gonna have a whole hour and a half of gold. That's true, but that entire episode with Elon Musk was just miss after miss after miss after miss after miss after miss. It never stopped missing.
Is it kind of sad? Is it kind of sad that I kind of feel like their portrayal of Gen Z talk is kind of accurate?
I mean, yeah, I don't think it was that accurate. I definitely.
I mean, it could
spend.
How do I describe it? I kind of say I kind of think of it like this.
They got the vernacular right. They definitely got the words right.
Like no one
in terms of frequency of use.
I mean, no, yeah.
Overall, actual how they're used. No, they didn't get that at all.
No, but the thing is it's like of course I don't think we go around actually verbally saying this, but we'll kind of say this on Twitter and what. This is probably Gen Z Twitter more like anything else. Like Gen Z, regardless. I mean,
yeah, I just don't I don't feel like the premise of the skit was that well thought out. To me, it just sounds like one of those things. It's good for a one-off joke or something, but to make an entire skit where the entire punchline is just look at these wacky Gen Z phrases, that wasn't the way to do it, and. Also, it was very cringe.
Oh yeah, they say that too. Like they say, not gonna lie, it's pretty cringe. Like it's like,
yep.
it's like.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
And also,
pun intended.
And don't forget, during Weekend Update, like, they brought in Elon Musk, and he just talked all about Dogecoin and cryptocurrencies and whatnot.
Yeah, which again, like, I was really confused about that, but I kind of understand, like, definitely a percentage of Elon Musk's existence at this point is just to promote cryptocurrency.
I think his existence, I think his existence in life is just being a meme, just being a real meme.
Like, is it really a meme, though? Because, like, he says Dogecoin, and then kaboom, everyone and their mother goes and invests in Dogecoin. So I don't even really think... It's not a meme. Because, like, he says these things, and then people are like, yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I just felt like it was just Oh, yeah, I forgot his, like, during the Wario segment, they got his wife to play Princess Peach, which I didn't even know that was his wife at first, because I don't know I don't really know. I'm not gonna lie.
All I know is he named his child Xashe 12.
I don't even know how to say that name. Like, I read that name, I was like, I don't know how.
I don't even know that that's how you say it. I could be wrong. All I know is that it's like one of these, and then but the A and the E are together, and it's like that, except without the slash.
Again, I just don't know anything about this dude. Like he's a meme. It's like, oh, what's this? Oh, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah, fucking trying to spell Xashe 12. Oh, hang on. I can just copy pasta this.
Yeah.
Oh, and I actually got the name wrong. This is how you spell it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I can't even really read Roman numerals after 5.
Well, it's easy. So, if you have... So, I represents 1 and X represents 10. If you have a number following the X that is smaller than the X, so pretty much everything that's not, like, above a C, because C is... I think that's, like, 100 or 50. No, C is 50. No, C is 100, and then L is 50. So, you add the smaller numbers to the bigger numbers. So, XII, you add 2 1s to 10, which gives you 12. Now, IV, for example, that's 4. And the way that works, V represents 5. Since you have the smaller number before the bigger number, you just subtract the smaller number from the bigger number, which gives you 4.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. That went right over my head.
It's easy, bro. It's just math.
Elon Musk is just he's a character. Elon Musk is a character. Actually, how did you watch the Saturday Night Live episode?
I streamed it.
Oh, you watched it live?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the Elon Musk Saturday Night Live thing was, again, so strange.
It was weird, and like the thing is that like it was not really self-conscious, because like there have been other interesting and kind of not great Saturday Night Live episodes, but for to some degree it always felt like Saturday Night Live was perfectly conscious of what it was and what it was doing. This is one of the few times where I would say that it was not the case. Again,
it is a very, like, I'm running out of words to just describe the Elon Musk meme episode. All I would say, it's probably the weirdest episode of Saturday Night I've ever seen in my life.
And also the most uncomfortable. Like, that episode was just uncomfortable to watch. Like, there are some things that are uncomfortable that I like watching. Like, if you've ever seen The Office, there's this episode called Scott's Tots.
Oh, I saw Scott's.
It's one of the most uncomfortable things that I've ever seen in my entire life.
I love Scott's Tots.
And I keep rewatching it, and then I show it to people, and it because it's fantastic. It's just so, that's the whole joke, is that it's uncomfortable. But this is just uncomfortable enough to be incredibly uncomfortable, but not so uncomfortable that you're like, oh yeah, that's the joke. It's funny. It's just like, this is weird. I don't really want to be here doing this, but like, what else am I gonna do?
Well, you know what else you can do, Rafael? You can go to ChristianHannah.com. You can go to ChristianHannah.com.
I should have known.
Yeah, you can go to ChristianHannah.com, and where you have a bunch of links to all my different various websites. For example, if you click the YouTube...
Just spend the runtime of the of the Saturday Night Live episode buying pants with your face on that.
Hold on. I'll get to If you click the merch thing, you can go to my Teespring store where we have a bunch of different products. We have stickers, we have shirts, we have hoodies, we have Make America Cringe Again merch, we have mugs, we have pillows. We also have socks. We have Christian Hannah socks. But yeah, if you we have these cheeky sweatpants where you have my face on the ass of the pants. On both sides, on both cheeks of the ass. So that's always fun. That's always a fun thing you could do. And trust me, people, this merch is all this merch is real. Like, for example, I have this Hannahcast a hoodie on, which does have this little Christian Hannah little logo in the back. But also, like I said, we have stickers. We have this little Christian Hannah sticker. It's a pretty big sticker. We also have these mugs. We have a blue mug. We have a pink mug. We have so many different kinds of mugs. We also have this where is it? We also have this Hannahcast T-shirt and whatnot. This is more of a prototype than anything. But yeah, we have. There's my headphones. There it is. We also have this just simple Christian Hannah hoodie with my face on it, and also on the back, same as my hoodie right now. And also we have, let me just grab it. It's gonna be so much fun. We also have this Christian Hannah throw pillow. It's pretty big. There's 3 different sizes. This is the biggest size. And if you want some quality decorations for your couch, I'd probably suggest this. This is pretty damn cool. If I ask you me. So yeah, there's that section of ChristianHannah.com where you click merch, but also you click Patreon, you can get to my Patreon account. You can go for my plan of $3 per month, where you can get exclusive content like the audio only podcast for when you what is it,
when you want to drive and listen to our voices.
Yeah, actually, no, don't do that. Don't drive while listening to shit. That's no. But
what do you mean? Why'd they put the radio in my car? What are you talking about? That's exactly what it's for.
We also have Patreon exclusive Q&As. You can have your name in my videos. There's a private community for there. Again, it's only $3 per month. It's less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. I'd say it's worth it when you check out the Patreon page. Also, you can click Twitter, and you can follow me on Twitter, which is Mr_C_Hannah, where you can follow me, and I do a bunch of really stupid shit on there, share memes and whatnot. And also, you can go to my Letterboxd. You can go to my Letterboxd account, where you can follow my film activity, see what movies I've been watching, see what lists I've been making in terms of movies. It's all so fun. You can all just go to ChristianHannah.com, and you will find all of these links in the you'll find all the links on the top tab right there. So moving on. Remember how I said earlier that I was going to be getting my COVID vaccine on Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah, same day. I'm actually, after I get my COVID vaccine, later on in the afternoon, I'm finally going to be able to see The Dark Knight in the theater. That's
going to be exciting.
Yeah,
The only downside is your arm's definitely going to hurt, but that's not going to stop you.
Yeah, because The Dark Knight is probably my second favorite movie of all time. First one is Jurassic Park, but The Dark Knight is just I just think it's a phenomenal film.
It's definitely in my top 5 superhero movies of all time.
Oh yeah, The Dark Knight. I just love everything about it. The car chases are phenomenal. It's not even just the action. It's just there's. The characters are so good in this film. I know it's hard to describe, but it's I don't know. I'm probably not gonna be getting to a full-on review of The Dark Knight because it's
also really like how they flipped an entire semi-truck.
Oh my god! That when I first saw that film, it didn't really on TNT, it didn't really dawn on me about that. But looking back on it, I'm just Jesus Christ!
I also really appreciate, which I guess to some people it might be different. I just I like being able to see like the way things work, but you can like see the hydraulic mechanisms that they use on the bottom of the truck to flip it while it's in like midair, because you can see some like compressed air coming out from the underside of the truck, which I just think is nuts. Like, it was an absolutely freaking incredible practical effect.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that's really a practical effect, because they just full on. They just
effect. Period.
They
literally just flipped the truck.
Yeah, it's not even an effect. Like, they just like actually did that. Although, speaking of effects, there are some like actual effects in the movie, like practical and CGI. Like, for example, like one thing I didn't even know was that the actual car chase in the tunnel. Like, I don't know if it's the tunnel. I don't know if it's a tunnel, but it's like that whole tumbler chase was miniatures.
Yeah.
Like
I remember learning about that, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, they actually did have some, like there were some CGI augmentations, but it was actually miniatures, and that really, really did blow my mind. Because I was like, wait, what? Like,
now, here's a question, and this might be kind of like a dumb question, but like, was the stuff for Harvey, was that CG or makeup?
That was definitely CGI. Like, there is actually this one cool thing I wanna try to show you, because
because I thought they did a great job on
that was absolutely CGI, and it was. I'll show you guys here. I'm actually going to try and pull up the video, because the video is nuts. Like, I cannot believe that this was CGI.
No, I had to ask myself, because they did like.
He looks so real. He looks
that's what I'm saying. If it was very well rendered, especially the eyeball and stuff, like how glossy and stuff it is, just like, a real human eye and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually gonna send you the link. Go. Actually, yeah. The link will actually bring you directly to the Harvey Dent CGI breakdown. But yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show the audience too. I'm gonna share the screen with the audience.
All right. Let me know when to start playing.
Yeah, I'm clicking. Yeah, I'm clicking right now.
All right,
this is insane what they did with Two-Face. Like, they put, like they actually had like reflecting like little dots to like make sure where.
I see that, yeah.
But oh my god!
Face tracking. Yeah, damn, that's incredible.
Yeah, wait till they show you like a close up, because it is. When I saw this for the first time, it didn't scare me, but I was just like, "Oh my god, how did they like
his face?
His face is fucked." Like, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually rendered this effect in 4K, which you usually don't do that back then. Actually, I don't even think they still do. I don't even think they still do that. Like, but yeah, this.
Yeah, honestly, doing it is kind of a
also
not a waste. It just takes a lot more effort.
Yeah, also, if you notice, they actually had to CGI Harvey Dent's, yeah, they actually had to make him frown, which also, by the way, guys, spoiler alert, I guess, damn it, but, like...
Oh, yeah, dude, you just spoiled a fucking over 10-year-old movie.
Like, still, but it's like, my god, like, the amount of detail in his face, I'm gonna probably go back to, like, I'm probably going.
I really like how they pulled off that effect with his frown too, though, because like if you look into his face, you can definitely tell that he's clearly smiling because of how his cheek is positioned and his eye. But it really kind of works out because half of his face is smiling. But yeah, that's all I had to add to that.
Man, because like the reason why they didn't do makeup is because Christopher Nolan, said that it would like. If you put makeup on him, it would just add to his face, and it wouldn't take... The goal was to...
What they want to do is take away from it.
Yeah, and... I'm going to be pulling up an image. Oh, yeah. This is the money shot right here. This is the money shot. Here's the link. That right there. Yeah, that...
That's the face of a...
Again, it looks flawless. It looks like it doesn't even when I watched the movie like a couple years ago, rewatched the movie a couple years ago, I was like, I kept forgetting that this is this is a CGI half face. Because, like, and I love how, like, if you look in the details, like, his eye is, like, all red and, like, kind of, because
it's exposed.
Yeah, I'm just like, that is, like...
Bro, he must have to walk around with, like, an entire thing of Viazine just to spray it into his eye because he can't blink.
Yeah, I think it's probably smart that they had him, like, that they killed him off, right...
Yeah, dude, because it's not even a question of if he's gonna lose that eye, it's a question of when.
No, it's a question of if he's gonna die of an infection.
Yeah, that too.
So it's like, you know what, Batman did a solid for him.
Honestly, yeah, dude, because, like, look at how much fucking exposed his insides are on the outside, dog. You can see his bones.
Yeah, I think this is definitely what got The Dark Knight a visual effects Oscar nomination. Although it was nominated. Yeah, The Dark Knight was nominated, and it was nominated alongside Iron Man and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, and Benjamin Button won the Oscar for visual effects.
Yeah, that's tough.
I would have probably given that to The Dark Knight, because but I'm not gonna complain over Benjamin Button, but, like, yeah, that is disgusting, but it's a good kind of disgusting. That's one thing that makes me sad is, like, Aaron Eckhart doesn't really get much work nowadays. Like,
I haven't really seen him in anything since The Dark Knight.
Yeah, I mean, he has been around, but he just hasn't been in that many movies, or at least nothing near as high profile. Also, I forgot to mention this about The Dark Knight. You know, the character Coleman Reese?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up a picture of him on...
I think the last movie that I saw that had Aaron Eckhart in it might have been Sully. I didn't see...
I think he was Midway. He was in Midway.
I'm saying that I saw. I didn't see Midway. I didn't hear anything good about it, though.
I mean, I've heard it was better than most of Aaron Eckhart's... I mean, not Aaron... I thought it was better than most of Roland Emmerich's movies, which... Well, compared to Roland Emmerich, that's pretty impressive, because his movies, like, always get trashed, whether it be, like, Godzilla, or Independence Day Resurgence, or 10,000 BC.
But 10,000 BC and Godzilla were both kind of fucking garbage, though.
I still need to rewatch 10,000 BC.
You ever seen 2012, though?
That movie made me sad when I was a kid, because like, so many people were dying in front of me. I was like, "Aw." I don't know why. Like, I will say that's the one thing I will say. I will always give credit to Roland Emmerich, because for the most part, the effects in his movies are almost always phenomenal.
Yeah, it's the fucking writing that shits the bed each time.
Yeah, I haven't seen 2012 in a long time. Again, like it always makes me sad whenever I watch that movie, because it's like so many, like, it's, I don't know, like they always emphasize like people dying in that movie. It's like it always makes me sad. I don't know, but circling back to The Dark Knight, Coleman Reese. I'm gonna show you an image of this guy. Here's a funny thing I found out about this dude. This guy's the actor is named Joshua Harto. All right. Guess where he was born?
Since you're asking, I'm gonna go ahead and guess West Virginia.
Huntington, West Virginia.
Real shit?
Yeah, he was born in Huntington. I was like, holy shit! Like the guy.
Oh, yeah. I just googled him, and he's been in other things I've seen. He was in That's So Raven.
Wait, what?
Disney Channel.
That's So Raven, man. Great. Like, and here's the funny thing about Joshua Harto. Have you heard the theory? Like, they never confirmed this in the movies, but have you heard the theory that he was the Riddler?
Yes.
Yeah, like
I did hear that.
Like, there's like a theory. Yeah, there's like a theory. Again, I will say they never even really hint at this in the movies. But like one of the things the people always kind of bring up is that his name is Coleman Reese, Mr. Reese, Mysteries.
Did you ever realize that he was also an Iron Man?
Wait, he was an Iron Man?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think he must have been like a background character or something, or like
a CAOC analyst number 2.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Being in 2 of the biggest superhero movies of that year.
Yeah, literally. Like, if you think about it, he was competing against himself and then lost twice because neither of his movies won out for the VFX.
Oh,
It's kind of funny to think about.
oh yeah, he was in two. Also, guess who was a producer on Iron Man?
Who?
Peter Billingsley, Ralphie from A Christmas Story.
Wow, I didn't know he was a
Yeah, he was one of the
movie producer now.
Yeah, he was one of the producers for Iron Man. So you could technically say Ralphie from A Christmas Story was partly responsible for the launch of the MCU. Although I'm pretty sure a lot of it was mainly Kevin Feige, but still, it's still fun to think about. But yeah, I can't wait to watch The Dark Knight. Are you gonna be available on Monday?
If I'm there by then, yes.
I'm excited to watch The Dark Knight in the theater because I've never seen it in theaters, and it is like one of my favorite movies, The Dark Knight, and
It's worth it. It's worth seeing in theaters. The first time I saw that movie was in theaters. And yeah, it's big worth it.
yeah, I can't wait to see again. I can't wait to see Harvey Dent's face in that movie when in the theater because it's just. Yeah, and I think like The Dark Knight, I think for a while The Dark Knight was the comic book movie that had the most Oscar nominations at the time. It won 2 of them for supporting actor, obviously Heath Ledger, and the other one for sound editing, I think. But you can probably guess what movie eventually beat The Dark Knight for the most Oscar nominations. Can you hear me?
You cut out for me. Repeat that.
Oh. It's that, like, for a while, The Dark Knight, for a while, The Dark Knight held the record for the most Oscar nominations for a comic book movie. Yeah. It won 2 of those awards. It won Best Supporting Actor, Heath Ledger, for obvious reasons, because he was so amazing. And it won Sound Editing. But, guess what? I'm going to try to let you guess what a comic book movie beat The Dark Knight for the most Oscar nominations.
Endgame.
No, Endgame only had 1 nomination for visual effects.
Yeah. Isn't it? The third Dark Knight movie?
Dark Knight Rises got 0.
Yeah, I actually think I knew that. I don't even know why I guessed that one. Alright, last guess. I'm gonna say... Okay. Last guess. The Avengers?
Nope.
First one?
Nope, the Avengers also only got 1 nomination.
Alright.
Like,
Tell me. I've lost the game.
Joker.
Joker. Oh, yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, Joker got nominated for 11 Oscars. Like, actually, how many did The Dark Knight... Hold on, let me look. Actually, I got an idea. Hey, Google. How many Oscar nominations did The Dark Knight get?
According to Entertainment Tonight, Marvel's Wakandan blockbuster was 1 nomination shy of tying The Dark Knight, earning 7 nominations in total but ultimately winning 3.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so it was... Okay, Black Panther had 7 nominations, which means that The Dark Knight had 8. The Dark Knight had 8 nominations at the Oscars that year, but ultimately was bested by Joker. And, oh, can you still hear me, or did I cut out?
I can hear you.
Yeah. In fact, I think it's actually because The Dark Knight... Like, The Dark Knight didn't get nominated for Best Picture, but it's because The Dark Knight didn't get nominated for Best Picture as to... Like, it's because of that is when the Academy started to expand the categories up to 10. Because previously it was just 5, but... After everyone got mad that The Dark Knight didn't get a Best Picture nomination, they expanded the category to include up to 10 nominees.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll probably move on to another subject. One thing I want to talk about because I finally got around to watching these, but weirdly enough, I think it's just ripe for a conversation. I finally, about a month or so ago, I finally watched and finished the Hobbit trilogy. Like,
Oh. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, man. You know, I'm actually reading that book series right now.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. Really good.
Yeah.
I definitely believe that the Hobbit book is better than all 3 of the Hobbit films combined, but that's just a me thing.
Yeah, like, because here's the thing about The Hobbit, because like I do really I love the Lord of the Rings movies. I think like Fellowship of the Ring is probably my top 10 movies of all time. I also think The Two Towers is fantastic, and I thought what was it? I thought Return of the King was also great, but we live. I think when I recently also rewatched the Lord of the Rings movies. I still think Return of the King is great, but I actually do have maybe one issue with Return of the King. And it's that Sauron just completely disappears.
Well, I mean, yeah, they destroyed the one thing that was binding him to the world.
No, I mean he literally just disappears from the plot in general. Like we never see he has no closure in the movies. I was like,
how do you mean?
He in when I went to how do I describe it? It's like they I know what was happening with the whole the trees and whatnot, but we never actually see we never actually see any closure from Saruman. We never see him get defeated. Now the thing is,
Saruman, yeah, we do. Saruman dies. He gets stabbed in the back by Pip.
Oh wait, but that was in the extended edition. I was talking about the actual theatrical edition.
There's your mistake. Don't freaking watch the theatrical edition. Watch the extended edition.
Why didn't they put it? Why didn't they put it in the theatrical version? That's like a really.
I don't know. I agree, it's a mistake, but definitely do yourself a big solid and only watch the extended editions.
They're like 4 hours long. They're like 4 hours long, bro.
I know, but it's worth it. Dude. Trust me, dog. It's worth it.
But
I cried, dude. The last time I watched the extended edition, granted, I was a little drunk and with my girlfriend, but I cried. I'll admit it to you. I'm a man, and I cried watching Frodo sail away from his best friend for life, Samwise, and I'm freaking almost crying thinking about it now.
Sam. It's but regardless, I do love the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Really, the biggest plot hole in all of Lord of the Rings, you guys got the Eagles right. Why don't you just freaking use the Eagles to drop the ring into Mount Doom?
I think, I don't know, from what I've heard, there was, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but...
No, it definitely is. That one's just a fun joke.
For me, the one thing that just sticks out to me is Saruman. They should have put Saruman in the theatrical cut. I was he's, one of the main villains. Why wouldn't you put his defeat in the...
I agree with you, and then also, the scene of his death is very well done. You probably already knew about this, but when they first filmed that, Peter Jackson originally wanted Saruman to have this big flashy screaming death, but then Christopher Lee, I'm sure after he relived one of his memories of World War II, was yeah, but why do you want me to do that? That's not what happens to people when they get stabbed in the back. They just kind of exhale sharply because of the surprise and also all of the air leaving your lungs. And that's how they did it, and it made for a really good death scene. It gave a lot of character to Pippin, and it also was just, it did what the theatrical releases didn't do that they should have done, which is, like you said, wrap up Saruman. And yeah, that's my fault, because I've seen the extended edition so many times that I honestly completely forgot about the fact that theatrical editions don't have Saruman's death. And yeah, that's such a weird thing to leave.
They have enough for they have enough time in the third film for a billion endings. They couldn't fit in Saruman's defeat.
And not only a billion endings, but also what, a whole hour's worth of fighting.
I mean, I get the fighting, I get that, I get the large scale battles, but I'm pretty sure Saruman's death couldn't.
Have the time to put Saruman.
But Saruman's death couldn't have possibly taken up that much screen time.
No, dude. I don't know if you haven't seen the extended edition. I have. Saruman's death is really short. It's effective but short.
Yeah,
I really don't understand why cut it at all.
Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to bring up the Hobbit trilogy, because these movies are I don't think they're awful, but at the same time, there's so many questions raised about the way they went about making this movie.
Yep.
And it's okay, let me give you my brief thoughts on the Hobbit movies. All right, first, An Unexpected Journey. I thought it was kind of eh. It felt like it was all build up, but no payoff.
No payoff. Yep.
The Destination Smaug I thought was a little bit more well-rounded. I thought
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna add in that I personally really enjoyed the dialogue between Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman.
Oh my God! Yeah, we'll get into, like, actually I should probably talk about, maybe I should go in a little bit more in depth of these with The Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey. It's like, okay, again, it's all build up and no payoff,
Yeah.
and like there's some things that are just also very confusing for me, like
Convenient. Like wait, I'm pretty sure this was in the first one when they have to ride the barrels through the river.
no, that was Desolation of
That was
Smaug.
yeah, that was Smaug. Okay, yeah, you're right.
But like,
Never mind then.
no, here's what, like, the weirdest part I noticed when I was watching the first Hobbit film, An Unexpected Journey. There's like 2 musical numbers in the beginning of the film, and like, because I was just like, wait, musical numbers? Like, I was like, blunt the knives, bend the forks.
Start singing the.
That's
the
what Bilbo
Misty
Baggins.
Mountain.
Yeah, like there's that, and there's also that's what Bilbo Baggins hates. I mean, they're good songs, but I'm just like, why are they in this movie? Like, I've heard that those songs were in the book, but I'm just like, this is the prime example of just because he did it in the book doesn't mean it's going to work in the movie, because like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films never established themselves as musicals, and like suddenly there's now 2 songs in the beginning of this movie, and we never hear any songs ever again. It's like, what?
Not only that, but to me, it's like, oh, it was in the book. Okay, yes, but that is like a really weak excuse that will honestly backfire on you if you don't stick to it. Because, yeah, I'll concede. Yeah, the two songs were totally in the book. And but at the same time, like, the entire freaking love, like, weird love thing that he had going on
we'll get to that in the next 2 movies, because like eventually Lily's character.
I'm not even saying anything too bad about it. I'm just saying that, like, he put that in there, and her character and also Legolas literally do not exist in the books. Like, they're not in the books.
Hold on. I'll get to that. I'll get to that later in a bit, because like that's in the next 2 movies. This is just An Unexpected Journey. But like with An Unexpected Journey, like, yeah, they're like the songs, I don't know why they, like, because like, yeah, there was like one song in like Return of the King, but it wasn't like an actual musical sequence. It was just, I don't know if it was Merry or Pippin. I don't know the difference between those 2, but they were like, the guy told
they're twins basically.
I mean, like, I just don't know who. I just can't tell I just can't tell the 2 apart. But it's like, was it the King of Gondor who made either Merry or Pippin sing or whatnot? I think it was the King of Gondor.
Oh yeah, the crazy guy that burned himself to death.
Yeah, I think that was the King of Gondor. Yeah, he made either Merry Pippin, whichever one of those 2 it was, sing, but it wasn't a musical sequence. It was just, yeah. But in this one, like in An Unexpected Journey, you just have these dwarves saying, "Blunt the knives, bend the forks, splash the balls, and burn the corks," and it's like this big song and dance sequence.
And like, and don't get me wrong, right? Like the Misty Mountains, like the far over, like that one was kind of cool. It at least sounded good. But yeah, it was incredibly.
It was weird. It was just
out of place.
Yeah, like. I just, and the thing is, again, they don't do this at all throughout the rest of the trilogy. And it's just like, well, why'd you do it in the first place then? Like, you were already breaking what Peter Jackson established in the Lord of the Rings movies, and you're not even going to be consistent enough with this one. It's just, it's weird. Like, the song sequences I thought were very weird, and again, it really felt like like An Unexpected Journey was just going nowhere. But I will say the best part of An Unexpected Journey, the part that I was actually like always on the edge of my seat over. The Riddles in the Dark sequence with Gollum.
Yeah. It's even better in the books, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, they did, because like for one, it's relevant, like because like they actually bring in the ring, and it's actually like it actually feels like it's going somewhere. There's actual conflict. And oh my god, Gollum already looked pretty good in the original trilogy. He looks amazing in An Unexpected Journey, because like they got a new model, like a new CGI model.
That scene for me, I thoroughly enjoyed it, but it was also one of the things that was like, The Hobbit itself is only one book. It's a lot shorter than any of the other Lord of the Rings books.
That's why I will circle back to that. I'm just giving my thoughts on the movies overall, but trust me, we will circle back to that. Then we get to The Desolation of Smaug, which again, I thought was overall a well-rounded film. There's still something that I find weird. Like, this is where we can talk about, is it Galadriel?
Galadriel, not Galadriel. Galadriel, and also fucking Legolas.
I'm here. here's my thoughts on Legolas in this film. He's in the next film too, but it's like, I don't mind the idea of bringing Legolas in here, but my main problem is that I could tell Orlando Bloom was much older. Like, in the Lord of the Rings movies, he was like all skinny, young. It's like, yeah.
It's not only that and stuff, right? But like my biggest problem is that he's literally there just to have. It feels like, at least, that he's literally there just to be like, oh look, Lord of the Rings characters. You guys remember Lord of the Rings? He feels like a massive fucking member berry, and then it creates kind of an even bigger problem, right? Because like in the movie, Legolas would have known that Frodo Baggins, that last name, Baggins, I have heard that before. I remember Bilbo and stuff, and like it's kind of the same problem that you have with like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then him seeing R2-D2 and C-3PO on Tatooine after the prequels were all already made and said and done. It creates a problem of, yeah, wouldn't he have said something? Like, if I was him, I definitely would have said something. But just beyond that, I just feel like there's no reason for him to be there. There's like, he doesn't really do anything ever that literally anybody else could have just done without it being Legolas. I don't understand.
Now I will say, how I describe the Galadriel, it's like, I get why she was put in the movie, because again, stretching one book into 3 movies. I mean, I think it's a dumb idea to do that anyway, but I mean, I could see why they would try.
Not Galadriel, fucking Tauriel. Galadriel was the forest queen from Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, Kate Blanchett, I think.
Yeah, this Tauriel.
Tauriel.
I freaking forgot.
Honestly. Sorry.
I also hated her as a character.
But it's like, again, I get why they would. This is really just it really just comes down to the problem that now this is especially prevalent in the 3rd film, but that this really, like, they're just trying to stretch one small children's book into 3 movies. Oh,
and I wouldn't call it a children's book. I mean, The Hobbit definitely isn't a children's book.
But I mean, it was geared for, but I think it was like geared towards a more younger audience and whatnot.
I could stretch it and see calling it a young adult novel, but honestly, it's a really complicated book.
The Hobbit being imagine The Hobbit being like a YA series where it's like
not like that, but it's just that he literally made up an entire language and then just used it all over the place in the book, and I really don't think a child could efficiently read The Hobbit. I'm trying to think. I will say, another thing I actually did really like about the Destination of Smaug is Smaug himself. Like, he was unbelievable. Like, that was amazing. I love the sound that Benedict Cumberbatch's voice would make. Like, and it just sounded really cool. The effects on them were great. Also, good God, I should mention the rendering of all those coins whenever Smaug would move around. I can't imagine what that must have been like. Like, that's a lot of that's like millions of coins you have to render and simulate. Like, that's a nightmare, trying to make all that work. And that was all great. And I love how the Desolation of Smaug ended, because, like, Smaug's like, I am fire, I am death. And then in the 3rd film, he's killed off before the 12-minute mark. I'm just like, yeah.
That was the one I needed. That, like, the Battle of the Five Armies was the one I still hadn't seen yet. And I was like, because, like, I had seen the previous 2, haven't seen them since.
It was easily, in my opinion, the weakest.
Yeah,
trilogy. And one more thing I wanted to say. So, like, Tauriel, right? So, her character, literally, I don't understand why she exists. I think to make a stupid little love interest for Keeley or something, but like, it doesn't feel that she's really there for much more beyond that at all.
Most,
if not all, of her dialogue has something to do with how, like, all the other elves don't approve of her romantically being interested in this dwarf, but beyond that, and this is the thing that I was kind of trying to touch on earlier, so it doesn't make sense to me that you're going to include all of these songs and stuff because they were in the book. Yet also, you're going to make them 3 movies out of 1 book. And also, you're going to create an entirely your own character for whatever reason just so she can maybe bang a dwarf, which doesn't even happen. But yeah, I didn't like nothing against Evangeline Lilly. Everything against her character in that movie. It was literally useless.
It's like, again, I get the reasoning for why they put her in the movie. My problem, though, is just the overall concept of making 3 movies out of one small book. Because,
I agree.
Because
it's a mistake.
Because by the time we get to the 3rd film, like,
what do you got? You're out of juice.
No, it's like, for me, remember how I said, like, an unexpected journey was, like, all build up and, like, no payoff?
Yeah.
The Battle of the Fire Armies is, like, all payoff and, like, no build up. I don't get, like, I don't...
And then even worse, by, like, this point, like, at least for me, I was just so burnt out on how bad the movies were to this point.
Again, like,
in my opinion.
I mean, again, like...
But I didn't care anymore. I didn't freaking care.
That's...
just, like, all the payoff came and happened, and I didn't care.
That's basically what I have to say about the 3rd film. Like, I just didn't care. Like, again, I was mad on An Unexpected Journey. I still think Desolation of Smaug was pretty good, but it's just the Battle of 5 Armies just gave, like, no proper context.
Oh, yeah, and then it also just, like, it made so many mistakes. It was like, it was like the freaking, not The Last Jedi, but the one right after.
Oh, Rise of Skywalker.
Like, yeah, just killed Snoke out of, or yeah, The Last Jedi, where they just, like, spend all 2 movies building up Snoke, and there's like, oh, he's gone now. The same thing happened here, you know, they spend, like, literally 2 movies building up Smaug and stuff, and how much of a threat and a terror he is, and like, don't get me wrong, Smaug wasn't in the book for a really long time. He definitely still had some, like, interesting bouts of words and stuff with Bilbo when he was, you know, doing the thing.
But it's just like, it's just like trying to, you know, take one small book into 3 movies. You're trying to draw out some elements, and it's just like, it's like, Smaug really feels like he would be like, if this was like one movie, he feels like he would be like the middle part of the film. Like,
yeah.
Because, like, it's just like, I just, like, having him die, like, in the first 12, before the 12-minute mark, I actually had to, because I was shocked at how quickly they defeated him. I was like, wait, what? And I checked the time, I was like, it was, like, before the 12-minute mark. Hell, he dies before the title, The Battle of the 5 Armies, actually comes up. I'm just like,
Which is why it would have worked out way better as just one film. And then here's, like, the other thing, right? So, like, the reason that happens is because for what you want to happen, they would need to make a fight scene that was about as long as the scene where it's just him and Bilbo speaking. Because that's pretty much how Smaug is in the book. Like, him and Bilbo have that one bout of words while he's, like, sneaking through the thing and doing the thing. And then, like, 20 or so pages down the road, Smaug is taken care of. But it makes more sense because they actually take their time and explain everything, unlike with this, which simultaneously draws out the source material to unholy proportions, but also spends all of its time completely just rushing through all of the new things that it's trying to introduce.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it too. Like, I was feeling that too. It's like, it felt like the Battle of the 5 Armies felt both really rushed and you know, too long.
Too long, yeah.
And the weird thing is that this is actually the shortest film out of the entire Middle-earth saga. It's not even, like, 2.5 hours long. But it's just, again, the problem is making 3 movies out of what was just one small book. That's a bit, like, and it's just, like, again...
That's just creating work for yourself at the end of the day. Like, you think that you're, like, executing a big brain play because you're like, oh, it's just one book, we make 3 movies, that's big bucks. But no. I mean, it might be big bucks, but, like, at the end, you're going to end up with a very creatively compromised work, like they did.
Like even reading up on, like, how the production of The Hobbit would sound like a nightmare. Like, like, it would, like, it's like, honestly, it is fascinating to really, you know, see, like, how, like, where this all went down, because, like, it's just
because it's like one of those interesting situations where everything is more or less like written out. You can go and see and hear and read about just what was going on behind the scenes, but also B, it's another one of those situations where, like, you can see where each decision affected what down the line. Like, you can see, oh, they decided to do this, and then all of this happened. Okay. Okay. And it's very interesting to read about. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's just. Again, these aren't the worst movies in the world. Hell, I would even say, really the only one I just flat out disliked was the Battle of the Five Armies. But
that was for me the worst one. I mean, I dislike all of them. I don't hate them. I wouldn't say that I like hate them with vitriol and stuff. Like if they come on, I'm definitely not gonna watch it. That's for sure. But like they're just not that good. Definitely not as good as Lord of the Rings, and it's kind of like they really kind of just shot themselves in the foot with how they were deciding to tackle this, right? They were wanting to connect it to one of the most successful and revered fantasy movie franchises ever, in terms of fantasy movies.
The third Lord of the Rings film, the third Lord of the Rings film, tied with Titanic and Ben-Hur for the most Oscar wins ever with 11.
Yep. And you know, following that up with such a questionable decision of not only making just the decision of making 3 movies out of one book and then expecting, because I think that the main reason that they went for 3 films was because Lord of the Rings was 3 films, and they were like, well, yeah, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So there you go. But I really just don't think... I think that they entirely underestimated just how much more work they were going to have to do by making 3 films out of one book's worth of source material.
Yeah, and like remember how you said like there were like unnecessary callbacks to Lord of the Rings or whatnot? Like I will say,
all over the place.
like for one, here's a couple more examples. Like for example, in an unexpected journey, we see Frodo. I'm just like I'm just like wait, why is
he here?
And it's
he
like
has nothing to do with this.
And like that was like, and the scene was like supposed to happen directly before the beginning of Lord of the Rings. Where
yeah,
like where he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go see Gandalf. I'm gonna surprise him. I'm just like, wait, what?
Actually, when you think about it, right? That them adding that just creates more confusion, than anything else, because from what I understand, the first like actual person that Bilbo like willingly let into his home and stuff that was visiting him on that day of his birthday was Gandalf. I'm sure that they would have mentioned something about Frodo if both of them had seen him less than, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And when you think about it. And plus, I'm just not going to think about it anymore.
And plus, it's still like Elijah Wood kind of suffered the whole thing where they brought in Legolas, where it's like I could tell.
That he was it was not the same old Elijah Wood from
he was
2000.
Like I think like Elijah Wood was like just becoming an adult back then when he did Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm.
And then like in The Hobbit,
I'm sure that's part of the reason that he landed the job. They wanted dudes that looked like little boys because they were going to be playing little boys.
Yeah, it's just like and then when you got to The Hobbit, his voice is deeper. He looks kind of different. It's just like. Again, it doesn't really add anything. It's like, why... again, it's just expanding the story for no reason. And another really... like, probably the worst callback in the Hobbit movies was in the Battle of the Five Armies, where... who was, like, the main elf? Like, not Legolas, but it's like like, was it Legolas's dad or something?
Oh, yeah, I also don't remember his name. Thranduil? Thranduil, I think? Is what it was?
I don't know. He was played by Lee Pace, I think. Yeah, after the whole battle's over and whatnot, he tells Legolas, you should go and see this young ranger. They call it teach him things or whatnot. They call him Strider. I was like, okay.
Yeah, again, and that's obviously Aragorn, and that's just this movie is obsessed with fucking.
Oh,
just
but here
breaking.
It doesn't even
just breaking.
No, it doesn't even make sense because like how old is Aragorn supposed to be in Lord of the Rings? Because 60 years.
Makes sense because
60 years separates The Hobbit and sorry if I'm interrupting, but it's like doesn't like 60 years separate The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, and isn't Aragorn like an actual dude, like a man, a human being?
No.
Oh,
and you wouldn't know about this because you haven't read the Silmarillion. Well, you might have just missed out on this because they do kind of brush over it in both the books and the movie. But so in the Silmarillion, which is the book that sort of lays out all of the beginning times of Arda, which is the planet that they live on. They establish that men originally came from Numenor, and those Numenorians were very long-lived. They lived for like 350 years or something, and like, if not more, some of them lived for a lot longer, but they were much more longer-lived than men that came after them, because the men that came after them sort of lost this gift of long life. Are the Auiner, which were like thoughts of the creator of the universe, said that I forgot the name of the being that created the like universe and stuff, but he created the elves and he gifted them with pretty much immortality, relative to men at least, because elves live for like thousands of years. But he gifted men with what is considered to be like the best gift, which is death, essentially, and you know, finally getting to be done with all of this. But anyways, so Aragorn is a descendant of Numenor. He is like one of the last Numenorians left in Middle-earth. He is about 120 during the events of Lord of the Rings, which would have made him about like 60 or 50 during the events of the Hobbit. Now, biologically speaking, they come of age at around the same time that we do, like, you know, 18 years old and stuff. They just last for upwards of 500 years. Because at the end of the Return of the King, I don't know if this was in the extended edition, but it shows you Aragorn's funeral, and then I am drawing a massive blank on her name. I'm sure I'm not going to forget about it after I finish reading Lord of the Rings, but the elf chick that he had a romance thing with in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Liv Tyler's character?
Yeah. You actually get to see her at his funeral, and she touches that little necklace that she gave to him, which signifies that she was pretty much, you know, marrying him and giving her self to him, even though he was a man and wasn't going to live for as long as he was.
Actually,
yeah, you get to see Aragorn's death after coming to be the king of Middle-earth. He died, I think, like 200 or so years after the events of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's that. So that kind of the age thing sort of works, but again, it creates a massive breaking of the timeline in the sense that Aragorn and Legolas met each other in Lord of the Rings for literally the first time in both of their lives. They did not have a singular conversation. It was like, oh, hey, remember when you were teaching me things in the woods? So it still doesn't work, even with that. So like, you're absolutely right.
But the age wasn't the problem.
No, it was just the fact that like they didn't meet each other for the first time until Lord of the Rings. But
I will say, like in the whole funeral, like Aragorn's funeral, they actually did show a little bit of that in Two Towers, I believe.
Yeah.
So I do get that context. I get that context. But
no, yeah, I just like I said, it's been a while since I've seen the theatrical releases, so I don't remember how thoroughly they explain all of that in those as opposed to the extended editions.
Okay, so again, I didn't know that that Aragorn was not like
an Numenorian.
Well, I didn't know he was a normal human. I just thought men were just like normal human beings.
No, there are tiers, just like in life. You know, you got your men.
you got the 1%.
They're the regular men's, but then you got the 1%, bro. You got the Numenorians.
Oh yeah, Aragorn's part of the 1%.
It's always, dude, it's what it's all about.
I love that. So, yeah, basically what I'm saying is that, but even that, I just didn't like how they said, like, I just hate it when they did that. It was like, where it's just like, oh, they call him Strider, and it's like, that's Aragorn. And
Aragorn.
And like, they actually wanted, I think Peter Jackson even wanted Viggo Mortensen to come in, but he didn't. But he declined because Aragorn wasn't in the books. So it's like,
not only that, but it doesn't make sense for Legolas to meet Aragorn before when they met in Lord of the Rings. Like, it creates the Obi-Wan problem. Why didn't Obi-Wan fucking say anything to R2-D2 and C-3PO? Well, they wouldn't have remembered. They wiped their memories, but also it's easier to just not do that.
How come Obi-Wan said that that Yoda trained him when really it was Qui-Gon Jinn?
Qui-Gon Jinn, yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, it becomes a lot easier if you don't try to explain what happened before, after you've already done all the relevant things. Like, it's not even that you can't do that. You just have to be careful.
You gotta be careful.
You can't just say, oh yeah, these two characters that meet up later actually met up earlier, because then it creates the entire problem of why do either of them never bring that up? That is...
It was just...
So it's such a remarkable event. Like, you think about, like, people that live in a not a realistic setting necessarily, but a place where you could see it and be like, yeah, you know, these are people with lives, with problems like you and me. They just live in a galaxy far, far away, or in a made-up world. Like, Lord of the Rings and Star Wars both do that well. You can kind of suspend the disbelief and get, like, immersed into the setting. You immediately stop doing that when you tell me that these two characters that just ran into each other in another, like, world-threatening event, neither of them decided to reflect on how like improbable of an occurrence that is. No, that's not real. That completely shatters the immersion.
I just thought it was for me. It was just aside from my thought that I thought the age difference didn't make any sense. Like, but again, until you cleared it up, my main thing was just like it was just such a cliched thing for him to go like they call him
like,
Strider.
Like, you know, there are definitely going to be people that watch The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings who didn't read the books, and that's fine.
Me.
I don't like
that's me.
It's just as long as I think as long as you get exposed to Middle Earth and that whole thing, no matter how you do it, that's great. But when you put a concept in there like this, because what they did there is really, it's just confusing.
It confused me because I didn't. It confused me because I didn't read the books.
Yeah, it confused me, and I did read the books, and I was like, dude, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. But it's just confusing, and it's not a good thing to do, I think.
How anticipated are you for Amazon's Middle Earth series?
I've been waiting to see what they do with that. I think.
I don't think it's going to be connected to the Peter Jackson films. I think it's going to be like a new.
I don't think so either, and I think that what I would be really interested to see, and this is just something that like I want. I don't think this is what they're necessarily going to do, but nobody has tried to put the Silmarillion on the big screen yet.
From what I've heard, it's like unfilmable.
It really kind of is when you look at it. Like, it's very interesting to read, but there are just so many names, and the passage of time, the amount of time that is covered in the Silmarillion is so vast that like you wouldn't really be able to film it in the sense that you wouldn't have one main character. It would literally just have to... It would kind of be like that one movie. Tom Hanks was in it, and so was Halle Berry. Oh, what's the name of it?
Oh, okay. Okay. It says
Cloud Atlas. But
it says it says that this Lord of the Rings series is going to take place in the Second Age of Middle Earth, thousands of years before the events of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, so then it sounds like they are doing the Silmarillion.
Ooh.
Which is fan-fucking-tastic. And I'm big excited for that now, especially if they go into some of my favorite parts, like the tragedy of Belreg and how his sword betrayed him. But I'm big excited for this now, because I just finished reading the Silmarillion, and it's a very interesting read, and I think that if they take their time with this and really draw it out over several seasons and try to give you the entirety of it, I think it'll be really, really good.
It looks like New Line Cinema actually is one of the production companies behind this.
This shit's gonna be fire.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what this is gonna be like.
Dude, Amazon, the freaking Mad Lads. They said it was unfilmable. Amazon was like, watch this.
Didn't they say it was good? Isn't this gonna be like, hold on, let me look up how much this actually was, because I think, yeah, oh my god, yeah, it looks like, yeah, it looks like Amazon is paying $465 million for just one season.
Amazon Studio.
That awkward moment when you're Jeff Bezos and you're literally made of money.
That's
so
more.
You give somebody $500 million because you really like the Silmarillion.
This is, I think, I think this is large. I think this is a larger budget than Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit combined.
Yeah, dude. I was just thinking about that. Like,
They
not
better
counting for ads, right? Like, that's
just to make one season is $400. The effects better be amazing. We better not get Black Panther effects, or I'm gonna be pissed because I'm just like,
dude. I'm really hoping that this will be like one of the nicest looking things on like quote unquote TV because it's streaming.
This
but
better
I think
look.
It'll be one of the nicest looking things since The Mandalorian.
This better look better than than both Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, because like you're spending this much money on one season of television.
Yeah,
like,
dude, he's literally shoving $1 billion, like, because
almost half $1 billion.
No, dude, you gotta know that after advertising, bro, that's gonna be like a cool 1 point something billion dollars that they spend on that.
This better look better than any Lord of the Rings thing I've ever seen in my life, because there is like they better know what they're doing with the money with this thing, because that is so much.
I have faith.
No movie has cost this much money.
No, but I have faith. Like, honestly, New Line is a pretty competent production.
And Amazon literally shits money out of it. Like,
no, yeah, dude. Amazon is just money. Like, money and Amazon.
It is money. It is money. But
like, and honestly, if anybody has the capability to spend a bunch of dollars and make an incredible Lord of the Rings series, I think it's Amazon. I don't know if you've seen a lot of Amazon Prime's like original series, but I've caught a few of them here and there. And they've been.
I'm not gonna lie.
In terms of production, they look good.
I've seen some of their movies. But like I've seen like Sound of Metal, Manchester by the Sea, The Vast of Night. I haven't seen the shows, and that includes like I have not seen The Boys. Everyone loves The Boys.
The Boys is pretty good. It's really good. You should check it out.
Everyone loves The Boys. I haven't seen. Yeah, there's just so many shows. I can't. I'm
gonna spoil it for you, Christian. There are superheroes in it.
Well, wow, that's amazing. Yeah.
I know, dude. I just spoiled the whole show. I don't think you can watch it anymore.
And yeah, like that's my thoughts on The Hobbit. And we talking a little bit about the Amazon Lord of the Rings series. But speaking of television, let's talk about if you want, let's talk about some of the stuff that's been coming on this year. Shall we? Yeah. Let's talk about WandaVision. WandaVision was
show, dog.
WandaVision was I thought like I'm gonna be getting into my thoughts here in a bit, but like I actually like how I describe it. It's like I always thought the idea of WandaVision, like I actually kind of theorize, like actually how to describe it. It's like not even theorize, like when they said that this was going to be like an epic Marvel epic Marvel action show mixed with old sitcoms, I'm just like, all right, that's already intriguing me because that's very specific. I don't know, like, well, that's and adding in. I should also say spoilers. We're going to be spoiling the shit out of WandaVision.
Yeah. And I'm just going to say one thing before we get to spoilers. The show completely fucking blindsided me. Like that's my one. That's how I describe it.
There are some definite
came out of left field.
I did really enjoy WandaVision. There were some surprises. I'll get to some of my issues here in a bit, but like it's a really good show. It's on Disney Plus. It's in 4K.
Definitely worth the watch.
Yeah, but yeah, let's talk about WandaVision. Like when they were talking about when they were talking about this series on I think it was. Was it I don't know if it was D23 or if it was a Disney, just a general Disney event. We talked about this in 2019 before Disney Plus launched.
I believe it was D23.
What? Like, no, I don't know if it was D23 because it's like, this was like D23 usually happens like, no, maybe it was D23. I don't know. But regardless, when they said this is like an epic Marvel adventure mixed with old sitcoms, that already intrigued me.
Yeah, same here. Because I started to think like, what do they mean?
You were worried that they were talking about like the Big Bang Theory or whatever.
Yeah. that is, yeah. I remember. I was like, dude, I hope they're not fucking giving us some Sheldon action.
Bazinga. That's literally. I'm not gonna lie. That's literally like the cop out on anything. It's just bazinga.
Bazinga. Wait, Sheldon, did you just say the N-word? Sheldon's in the corner fucking rambling about race theory and genetics. Same guy.
Shut up, Alex!
Yeah, that's the Big Bang Theory in a
Dude, you broke me. I think you just broke me right now. Oh my god! Okay, I need to go with WandaVision. I need to go with I was... I was really excited for WandaVision. It's pretty cool. I will also say the one thing I caught on from the beginning, and I knew, and ultimately I was right on, was, remember when I said that I was very suspicious of when they announced Catherine Hahn as the nosy neighbor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, she's the bad guy, isn't she? Because that's a very weird...
nosy neighbor, yeah.
And ultimately, I was right. She was the villain. She was Agatha Harkness.
And I think you could also kind of tell just because of how, like, vague they were trying to be. Because, like, nosy neighbor, that's way vague.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get over. I'm still trying to get over Sheldon. It's like, shut up, Alex. But yeah, one thing I will say that WandaVision did really well, like from like a production standpoint, they did a great job at putting us in the times, like putting us like in like the Dick Van Dyke era or
It almost felt kind of like a period piece. Sort of.
In some ways, it was, because like they did a great job of the costume designing, the production designing,
the clothing,
and
and everything. Yeah,
and even the cinematography. Again, they would always frame it so well. And apparently, for like a couple of the first episodes of WandaVision, they actually did have a live studio audience.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
And. But yeah, what was it like?
You know what else had a live studio audience, bro?
No, please don't.
Okay.
I literally just got over the race theory thing. Please don't do this to me again. Regardless. Regardless, WandaVision, I thought, again, from a production standpoint, did everything so well. Visual effects were phenomenal for especially for a TV series. I'm gonna take that, CW.
No, yeah, like honestly, that's the one thing I have to hand to Disney Plus. Like, and then obviously it's it's gonna be the case because it's fucking Disney, and much like Amazon, they also have the same problem of help. Our money printers are printing too much money, but everything that they've released through Disney Plus recently, like The Mandalorian. And WandaVision now,
and Falcon and Winter Soldier,
has looked really, really good. Like especially for they're really raising the bar on what constitutes as good special effects for TV. Yeah,
they did a great job with all that. Another thing I loved was like for the most part, the mystery was always fascinating. Like they were always raising some questions. Like I know apparently some people were kind of turned off by like the first couple of episodes because it was a little bit too slow burn. I don't know. For me, that's where it was like the most interesting because it's like
because those episodes raised a lot of questions and they didn't go about answering them too quickly.
Oh, but it's like even in the first episode, for the most part, is just the sitcom. But it's just that one moment where the dude's choking and she's like, "Vision, help him," and like that's like the first moment where it's like, okay, something's weird here. And then the second episode where like the beekeeper comes in and she's like, "No," and then just goes back to where everything was. And it's just like, again, it was slowly building,
it was drip feeding you the interest.
Oh, and the one part that I thought, like, I don't know if you ever saw this text I gave to you, but where I said this one thing in WandaVision. Again, ultimately I was wrong about it, but at the time I said this is like the biggest thing, like this is like maybe the biggest thing to ever happen to the MCU, and that I'm trying to pull up the picture here, and that was when they brought in Evan Peters as Quicksilver.
As Quicksilver, the boy.
I was like, what are they doing? I was like,
they're keeping time in a bottle, bro.
Time in a bottle. I get that reference. Like, time in a bottle. But yeah, it's like, when they did that, I was actually thinking, is this actually the real Quicksilver from the X-Men movies? Because, because granted, here's the thing. I was thinking maybe it was a possibility because there was, they announced that, Electro was coming into Spider-Man 3, played by Jamie Foxx, and that Alfred Molina is coming back as Doc Ock. So I was like, they could do this. Ultimately, I was wrong. It wasn't that Quicksilver, but it was a nice touch to WandaVision where that always kept me on edge because I was like, is this because I actually thought that was Quicksilver.
Yeah, me too. Hey, I will be right back. I just have to pee.
All right. We'll probably I'll probably get myself a drink. You guys look at Quicksilver for a bit. We'll be back in about a minute or so. But yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, I forgot you guys can still hear me. Okay. Fucking Sheldon and race theory. I'm never gonna get over that. The fucking Sheldon saying the N-word and just using Bazinga to get out of it.
Mission complete.
Alright. Yeah, I just got myself a drink, still thinking about you saying Sheldon using Bazinga to get out of saying the N-word.
Yeah, dude, that's his style, dog. That's the punchline.
I'm not gonna, that probably might be the single funniest thing you've ever said in your life. I'm not gonna lie. That
might be, yeah. Let's see if we can outdo it. Yeah.
Yeah, God, I'm not gonna get over that. Regardless, yeah, WandaVision. Where was I? Oh yeah, we were talking about WandaVision.
Yeah, and Quacksilver.
I will say one of the for the most part, again, I thought the show was overall really good. I will say it started to, I don't know, the second to last episode, where, they just kind of went back and,
yeah.
That felt, completely unnecessary, because,
it felt like filler, honestly.
But, it's like, I already knew exactly what was going on. I understand that Wanda was going through so much pain and grief in her life. Grief was all she knows, and she's using this as a mechanism to cope. I got that from episode 1.
Yeah, I think that they really were just making sure, because sometimes, not everyone's like us. Not everyone has the big galaxy brain.
I'm not okay. I'm not gonna say that, but it's just I feel like most people would have probably gotten it. Again, with all that one. Although I will say it was kind of Agatha Harkness's theme song was great. I love that.
Yeah.
It's been Agatha. Oh.
I downloaded that to my phone actually.
Oh, fun fact: guess who actually did the songs for WandaVision? And I mean all the
That's
songs.
actually something that I've been thinking about that I don't know the answer to.
I think it was Kristen Anderson Lopez and Robert Lopez, the same duo that did the songs for, like, I think the Book of Mormon, Winnie the Pooh, Frozen, and Coco.
Get out of here.
Yeah, they kept it within the Disney family.
Yeah.
And
You know, it's like with girlfriends. You want to keep it in the family.
oh God, why did you no? Oh God. But yeah, like those two did a great job with the songs in WandaVision, especially with Agatha All Along. Like, I that song is so freaking catchy. It's so fun. And I love the last line of that song where it's like, "Oh yeah, and I killed Sparky too." Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was all. I thought that song was cool. But again, I just feel like the second to last episode was completely unnecessary. It's just like I kind of
it's kind of filler.
Yeah, I really got it. And then the final episode, I'm not gonna lie, weirdly enough, I thought it was a little bit too action heavy.
Really, no, because like for me, it felt like a nice change of pace, especially from like the nothing-ish that was happening last episode.
I mean, but
yeah, I can definitely see.
Because, like, for me, like, when you said it's a nice change of pace, for me, I thought the nice change of pace was, like, the tone that the rest of the series, where it's, like, this slow-burning mystery and whatnot, and that it wasn't really action-oriented. And I kind of like that they were doing that instead of just doing... And don't get me wrong, I love action in Marvel movies, but it's like, I liked how this is, like, very different. And, you know, in the last episode, it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of doing the action thing. And there were also some weird things, like some weird lines. Like, for example, the lady who, like, was it Monica Rambeau? Like, the lady who would get, like, the superpowers. There was, like, this one line she said where she was like, you know, after Wanda, saved the day, she's like, you know, these people will never know what you did for them. I'm like, what are you talking about? Wanda kidnapped everybody against their will and made them do sitcom shit. Like, they don't owe her anything.
Yeah, she literally abducted a bunch of people and made them say Bazinga for the rest of their life.
God, why did you bring back Bazinga?
It never left. Always has been.
By the way, before we go on, are you ever going to do It's All VR again?
Yeah. I think I'm going to start... Well, first, I have to wait to move into my apartment before I do it, but I am going to start streaming... Not Beat Saber, because I don't want to get screwed over by copyright, but Elite Dangerous, and also some racing. Because I got a steering wheel and a steering wheel rig, and I've been doing a lot of practicing on, like, racetracks. And I feel like it might be interesting to see that. See if I get any better.
Racetracks, race theory.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, in fact, in case you guys didn't know, Rafael has a Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/itsallvr. It's without an apostrophe.
It's a little dead right now, but I'll be putting some content out there here soon.
Yeah, I'll always be there in the comments section. I wish they would.
Christian, my moderator, who I don't pay.
Yeah, although I will say I wouldn't suggest adding in too many moderators to anybody because, like,
no. I think I have like 2.
although I will say, like, I don't know why it doesn't save your.
I figured it out. So I finally managed to set it so that it will save my VODs. Apparently, what was happening is that it was only saving for some reason Twitch by default doesn't just save them for you, and then B, it does save some of them, but there's a setting that you have to go to make it so that it doesn't, like, delete them after a few days or hours.
Oh, dang. You figured that out?
Yeah, I figured it out.
Yeah, like
my future streams will be all saved.
But yeah, guys, like I said, go on to twitch.tv/itsallvr. You can. Rafael will probably be there in the near future. But yeah, I just want to give you that little plug and whatnot.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you just call me Dad?
Yeah, you're feeding your son a little bit of that nourishment.
Oh God, I do not want to be called Dad. Like my dad would always have his girlfriends call him Daddy. I'm just like, I don't like that.
Yeah, but it's not like that. I adopted you. You're my new.
I thought Will Smith was my dad. I thought Will Smith Genie was my dad.
That's why I'm adopting you. I want Will Smith granddad. You know.
Wait. I'm lost. But yeah.
I want Will Smith cardboard cutout as my grandfather, which means you have to be my father.
Oh.
So where's the child support, Dad?
Oh no. Bazinga.
Damn it! There he goes again.
But yeah, overall, I did really like WandaVision. The second to last episode I thought was completely unnecessary. Just told me everything I already knew. And I liked the final episode, although there were some issues I had with it. But yeah, overall, tell me your thoughts on WandaVision and whatnot.
I really thought that the mystery itself as to what is going on, and how it was kind of like not like a constant theme, because it was really sort of the point of the entire first season, was very well executed in the sense that they didn't reveal too much too fast. They went, as I said earlier, just drip feeding you interesting bits of information that made you go, huh, I wonder what lies behind the next door that is the next episode. And I think each and every time, and I would agree with you about the second to last episode kind of being filler, each and every time they were able to get bigger with what they were revealing. And I think that really worked to the show's advantage, especially with like Quicksilver and stuff, and the interesting little thing they did with him. I really liked seeing him again, because honestly, that so far, out of any version of Quicksilver that's ever been shown on screen, that one is my favorite. I think that he has done the best job out of anybody, between the people that were responsible for writing his character and he himself, who's responsible for acting it. They've given the best version of Quicksilver, I think. And then the last episode, I don't feel that it had too much action. I really think that it kind of needed it after, because like the episode before that really felt, and again, I'm not trashing the series. I really liked it, but it did kind of feel like a crawl. Because, like, before that point, things seemed to be, like, picking up, and it was just kind of getting interesting. And then the second to last episode comes along, and it's kind of a slog. And the last episode was a lot, picked up, and the action, I thought, was really well done. Like, honestly, that's another thing that I kind of wanted to say about the series. All of the FX and camera work, it's really, like, movie quality. Like, this really looks about as good to me as Endgame, although of course making that comparison isn't really fair because Endgame showed off a lot more stuff. But yeah, that's my rough thoughts on WandaVision.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite say Endgame quality, although personally for me, I think the most, I don't know, in my opinion, the best of the MCU visual effects and whatnot, partly because of the groundbreakingness of them, were probably like Doctor Strange and Infinity War, mainly because Infinity. The reason why I give more credit to Infinity War than Endgame is because like they did like that was the movie that created Thanos, and like that's where the Thanos model came from. But still, I get what your point is. Like the effects in WandaVision were stupid good, and
dummy thick.
Yeah, dummy thick. But yeah, again, I overall really enjoyed WandaVision, and apparently this is leading directly into Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really excited for that. I have no idea what they're intending to do with that, but I'm excited to find out.
Like, I think I think there's like a sort of loose trilogy going on with WandaVision, Spider-Man: Far From Home, No Way Home, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Like, these three are connected somehow. Like, I think Wanda is actually going to be in Doctor Strange 2, and I'm willing to bet she's the villain. I think she's going to be the villain of Doctor Strange 2, considering where she left off in...
Where she is right now, yeah.
Yeah. And I will say...
yeah.
And Doctor Strange is going to be in Spider-Man No Way Home. But, yeah. Again, I overall really liked WandaVision, so, yeah. And now let's, we'll probably move right Falcon Winter Soldier, which, oh dang, I don't have an image here. But I will say, you actually didn't see...
I've caught the first episode, but also I had the series pretty much entirely spoiled to me by Reddit because I was on fucking... I think it was the Disney subreddit, if not the Marvel subreddit, but I clicked on a mega thread, and in the title it said, mark your spoilers and stuff, and somebody didn't, and
keep in mind, also, guys, we're going to be talking about spoilers for this one, too. Maybe not as many, because, like, you haven't... Because I don't know how many plot points of the show you've seen. But, like, yeah, we'll talk about... But overall, I will say I thought Falcon Winter Soldier was great. I think it might have been even better than WandaVision, in my opinion.
Yeah, the first episode that I saw, or the one episode that I saw, which was the first one, New World Order, I really, really liked the feel of the show, and also it kept, you know, WandaVision set an expectation for me that, like, all of these little spin-off shows that they're doing are gonna look and feel very professionally well made, and Captain America and the Winter Soldier so far has disappointed.
Well, I guess
also liked how it takes place not like immediately after the blip, but a little bit of time after the blip, and you kind of get to see how that's affected life for everybody. Well, not everybody, but at least, you know, everybody that's, like, not a superhero.
Like, actually, I think you meant to say Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but at the same time,
yeah.
You know, I don't know, do you know what happens in the last episode?
Yeah, I know what happens in the last episode.
All right. Do you want me to say it, or do you want to say it? Because, like, again, this is this is a little bit of spoilers right here. So
here's a little bit of a spoilers, guys. So Wilson is Captain America now.
Yeah, he's Captain.
And he got a special suit.
Yeah, what
the Wakandans.
Yeah, the Wakandans. I will say the suit looks amazing. Like,
yeah, dude. No, that's see, because after it was spoiled for me, I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll click the link. I guess I'll go look at it. And I looked at it, and it looks freaking cool, dude.
But funny enough, actually, at the end of the episode, because you accidentally said Captain America and the Winter Soldier. By the end of the episode, yeah, they actually they have the title card be Captain America and the Winter Soldier, which is a little bit confusing considering Captain America and the Winter Soldier is already a movie, but whatever.
Yep.
But like,
I do like what they did with the suit, dude. The fucking wings, bro.
I will say you really should watch the rest of Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I'm going to. Don't like. I don't even care that I know about the spoiler. Like I still don't know a lot of what happens in between those 2 points. And it's only 4 more episodes that I have to watch. 5.
Yeah, because it's 6 episodes. But I will say, what really made me love Falcon and Winter Soldier is that for one, I felt like this felt like more of a movie than even WandaVision, because WandaVision was like deliberately made to feel like a television series.
Yeah.
But with Falcon and Winter Soldier, it felt like one of the Captain America sequels, which is, I love that. And again, oh my god, like, since you said you did watch the first episode, that canyon chase in the beginning, good god,
I was about to mention that. That was crazy.
That looked like something that would be like in a movie. Like that felt that was just insane.
Yep.
I do really like. I loved all the action and visual effects and whatnot. But I will say the show, again, without going too much into detail, they also really delve into racial issues. Actually, involving.
I figured that was going to be a thing that it was going to at least touch upon, because, like, honestly, it's not the first time that they've taken the chance to dive into racial issues with the character of the Falcon. Although in other points it was probably a lot more brief than what we're going to get in, or at least what I'm going to get in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But I'm glad to hear that they you know, didn't decide to shy away from talking about that hard subject.
Oh yeah, there's like this whole thing about this whole thing about the legacy of the Shield, and since you did, like, I'm not gonna get too much into him, but, like, you know, Walmart Captain America at the end of the first episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy, John Walker. He may be one of the best characters of the series. He becomes one of the best characters of the series. They do everything like, most of the things they do with this dude is just perfect. Again, I don't want to give it away, because there's definitely some stuff that they do with this character that's just, like, really ballsy and amazing. And, you know, they show that, you know, being Captain America is not something to be taken lightly. There is a huge responsibility there. There's a legacy. There is, like, everything you know, like, there's so much that you know, there's so much importance to the symbol of Captain America, and I don't know, it's just they do that so well. God, there's even this one side character where I don't like. All I will say, he's like this old black man. I won't give much other details other than that, but like, he's also one of the most fascinating characters in the show. Again, he's not in the show for long, but man, they like, he is so compelling. And I will also not suggest looking up what this character is, because he does have roots in the comics, and that'll also give some spoilers. But yeah, can you still hear me?
No.
All right, but yeah. I guess I won't go much further into that, other than Falcon the Winter Soldier is phenomenal. They actually did announce Captain America 4 with the assumption that you know, Anthony Mackie is good. Like, this is gonna be the Anthony Mackie Captain America movie.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yeah. I can't wait for that. So yeah. I guess I won't go into too much details about Falcon the Winter Soldier, because again, you haven't seen it, or at least like not all of it. But yeah. I would actually probably would put this above even WandaVision. Like, this is a fantastic series. So yeah, and I guess we would probably move on to the next subject, which is let's talk about Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't really.
Word on the street is you didn't like that movie too much.
Yeah, let me give a little bit of a backstory. Let's okay, let me give you my thoughts on the previous two films. Although the previous three films, I actually really love that 2014 Godzilla directed by Gareth Edwards. That was such a different feeling Godzilla movie for me. It's like, it focused more on the, like, putting yourself in the perspective of someone who's in the middle of, like, this big Godzilla apocalypse or whatnot. They made Godzilla feel like, again, like a natural disaster. Like, even just getting out of the water creates a tsunami. And I love the amount of suspense of that film creates. And yeah, there's like maybe 14 minutes of Godzilla or something, if I'm not mistaken. But actually, I really love that Gareth Edwards Godzilla. Then we get to Kong Skull Island. That one I thought, like, that was a lot of fun. I really liked Kong Skull Island. Mainly, like, you know, like, that's the film where, like, you can be like the big beat 'em up monster movie, because it's King Kong. He's an ape. He moves very fast. And so I thought that was a lot of fun. Again, just like the first Godzilla, breathtaking visual effects. Like, there's like these big buffalo in Kong Skull Island that I didn't even like. It's one of those things in the movie you don't really think about all that much. But you know what, the big buffalo I'm talking about in Kong Skull Island?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like, I recently watched a visual effects breakdown of Kong Skull Island. The amount of detail on those buffalo are phenomenal. Like, there's even like close-ups, and they'll have like little flies flying around their eyes or whatnot. It's just, oh god, it looks so good. But yeah, I really liked Kong Skull Island. I thought it was a lot of fun. And then we got to Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and it was a little bit of a letdown for me, because I thought it felt like it was, you know, breaking away from what they were doing with the first Godzilla film. Like, this is actually a beat-em-up monster movie, and while there were some cool elements in there, like, I love the idea of, you know, Mothra, King Ghidorah, and Rodan. Overall, it just felt very, how do I describe it? Weightless, ironically enough.
Yeah, and especially with, like, all of they had some, like, notable actors in that. Millie Bobby Brown was in that. Ken Watanabe.
Oh yeah, he was in the first
role.
Yeah, Watanabe. Yeah.
And I just feel like, honestly, like, I funny enough that you mentioned the human stuff being the reason that you liked the first Godzilla, or 2014's Godzilla.
Well, no, it's like
that's most of the reason that I didn't like it. I felt that 14 minutes for a movie that's titled Godzilla isn't nearly enough, but that's just a me thing. The third movie, I think, though, I kind of agree with you in the sense that I think that they heard that criticism from some people and then decided, okay,
and we're
gonna pretty much forget about the humans this time. And then even then, they didn't really do that. They just definitely focused a lot less on them, but I think that kind of hurt them this time around because, like, most of the time it felt like it had that kind of same problem that Batman versus Superman had for me. Every time you got to a new scene where two characters were doing something or talking about something, it feels like you just walked into the room in the middle of a conversation, and it just made the entire experience very confusing for me. But yeah.
And we're talking about we were in
Kong Skull Island was pretty poggers. So.
Oh yeah, I really liked Kong Skull Island, and we were talking about Godzilla King of the Monsters, right? Like the one with Mothra. All right, and then we get to Godzilla vs. Kong. This is the one that everyone loves. Everyone loves this movie. Everyone can't shut up about Godzilla vs. Kong. And for me, and again, this is just my subjective opinion, I thought it was the worst one out of this entire franchise.
Really?
Yeah, like again, not awful. It's not a terrible movie, but I didn't think it would. Like, I don't give numerical scores anymore. But like, I do on my Letterboxd, because I can actively change that, because sometimes movies will change a little bit, like one take or whatnot, and I can't really do that in a video. But like, if I did give a rating to Godzilla vs. Kong, which again, like, you know, anything 6 above is positive, 5 is meh, and 4 below is bad. For me, it would probably be a 4, honestly, because like, again, it once again just did everything that I just didn't like from Godzilla King of the Monsters, which is just, you know, it's just action. It's just constant monster action and whatnot, and yeah, and with the human stuff, for me, it became really a problem in this film, because like the human stuff for the most part was really stupid. Like the one, like for example, like I don't, because here's the thing: some people are like, oh, just have it just be about the monsters. You can't do a movie like this and not have people in it. Like, you have to have people like give the context and whatnot. I get, like, that's like, yeah. But, however, the problem isn't that there's people in this movie, the human characters. The problem is that they're stupid. Or like they just do stupid things. Like, for example, why, like, again, spoilers. I'm giving spoilers here. Why is Mechagodzilla in this? I hate Mechagodzilla. Why is he in this thing? It's so stupid. Like,
yeah, you know, I don't have as much of a problem with Mechagodzilla, but I will admit that, like, there was no build-up to Mechagodzilla, really. Well, I mean, there kind of was, but, like, not enough to A, make it make sense, and B, for it to, like, kind of just be something that's there in the back of your mind, because, honestly, until there was a moment where they, like, sort of first mentioned Mechagodzilla, and then Mechagodzilla finally presents himself, and I was like, oh yeah, I completely forgot about that.
But it's like, hold on, I'm getting ready to bring up Mechagodzilla in this, in you know, on screen, but it's like,
he looked pretty good. I mean,
yeah, you know, he looked,
being there made a lot of sense.
I thought he looked good. The CGI was not the problem in this movie. The CGI was, you know, was very well done.
As per usual. Like,
but the problem is that, like, with the first Godzilla felt so realistic and whatnot. I mean, granted, yeah, no animal could ever actually get that big. I get that. But within that world, they made it feel like Godzilla could exist. And now suddenly we're just doing, like, this big robot Mechagodzilla. Like, oh, look, it's the big robot monster. It's like, why? I just think the idea of Mechagodzilla is so stupid. It's just like...
And it also kind of defeats, like... See, because for me, one of the things, and this is actually one thing that I kind of didn't like about Godzilla vs. Kong, because overall I thought the movie was fine. I didn't like, if I were to put them.
I mean, if you
make like a list, right? I would say that my least favorite Godzilla monster movie, or Godzilla from 2014 onwards movie so far, my least favorite would be King of the Monsters, followed by Godzilla. And then Kong Skull Island, and then... Well, no, then Godzilla v. Kong, and then Kong Skull Island, I think, was the best. But, like, yeah, so Godzilla is supposed to be like an anomaly, right? Like a super big, bad, natural disaster, effectively, like you said. And you're trying to tell me that, A... your only solution is to literally build another one, and B, a thing that's within the realm of possibilities that you haven't mentioned or brought up even once within any of the other films. Kong Skull Island saves itself from this because I don't really think it'd be possible to bring up something like that and have it make much sense. But this is this, and you've been keeping it a secret for like, how do you keep something like that a secret? Why wouldn't you bring something like that up? And also, why would you do something like this? It's not a good solution. Now you just have two Godzillas, and that's not what you want.
And it's like, it just felt so cartoony compared to what the series set up.
It was definitely like a contrivance for sure, because like I said, they had mentioned not a singular thing about this guy in any of the other three movies that exist. Like, it's kind of conceited, honestly, but
It's just like we're like, I'm trying to think of and there's a bunch of other weird things in the movie for me that I just for example, one of my problems with the past two Godzilla movies is that, like, because with the first film they established Godzilla is like this, like, he's not fast, like, I mean, he's fast compared to us, of course, but like he's so fucking heavy and lethargic, where it's like again, he struggles just to walk. But when you get to these last two movies, he's like running, jumping, punching. It's like he's moving so quickly.
He's more like, he moves more like one of the kaijus from
Pacific Rim. Yeah. Again, I get that with King Kong, because King Kong has like a basis in, the real world or whatnot, because he's a big ape. Because even though, granted, physics-wise, King Kong wouldn't even be able to exist. But regardless, there is at least a real world
oxygen and too much gravity.
Yeah, but even then, it's like there's a basis to imagine something like King Kong moving fast.
Like, Gigantopithecus.
I mean, no, it's not even that. Like, you watch gorillas. Like, gorillas are like they're nimble, they're fast. So there's at least something that kind of gives a little bit of a context as to, like, all right, I can buy into that. But like with Godzilla, there's nothing on Earth that looks like Godzilla, so they created it for this movie. And in the first film, he's just kind of walking, lumbering. He's powerful. But it's like, but in this film,
I think honestly that's just really a problem of the movie series, which is kind of something that I've noticed throughout all of them. It finds what I think to them are small ways to break the established rules.
Yeah.
Little do they realize that by just doing that in general, it's not small. Once you break the established rule, you make it a lot harder for the audience to immerse oneself into the film, because you're just like, there are rules, but obviously they don't really matter, because, at first he was doing this, but now he can just do this. Which, to me, is not the greatest thing you can do for yourself, but yeah.
And plus, like, another thing that kind of broke me out of the film a bit was that, like, again, I don't even think you would have a problem with this element of that first Godzilla movie, but it's like they always filmed Godzilla from like realistic camera angles, where it's they always had it on the ground looking up at Godzilla.
Helicopters looking down.
That was always really cool. I love that about Gareth Edwards' directing style, and he also implemented this in Rogue One, which I love that. But however, in this film,
reminded me a little bit of Cloverfield.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. I mean, not like directly like found footage film.
No, not the found footage, but in the
but
sense
keeping
that
it,
all the shots that you get of the creature are like
something that someone could actually get.
If like you were out there in this situation, and you had a camera on you, that's probably what you'd record.
Yeah, but with Godzilla vs. Kong, like, we see, like, fin, like, there's, like, a camera attached to the fin while Godzilla's swimming. There's also, like, a camera on, like... a lot
closer.
And there's also, like, this bit, like, there's also, like, a camera on on King Kong's arm as he's punching...
Also, like, literally all of the shots of Mechagodzilla are just taken from, like, really crazy... it's either super duper close or just on something that's, like that one part where... like, King Kong has to stop Mechagodzilla's fucking laser tail drill thingy from, like, drilling into his face or whatever. I thought that shot was I thought it was cool, sure, but at the same time, I did 100% notice the difference between really Godzilla being filmed in most of the other films that he's been in the last few years as compared to this, where it really does let the monsters take the center stage and kind of forces them to be the stars of the show, which I mean I kind of liked at some parts, but for sure it definitely didn't play into making this feel like a cohesive part of a pre-existing universe.
Yeah, it's just, and again, I kind of had this problem with Godzilla King of the Monsters as well. And again, you know, even with Kong Skull Island, it was, it's almost, I think that something that also kind of helps Kong Skull Island was that it was so far detached from Godzilla, to where it's like, it kind of felt like its own little thing. Which I think is probably one of the problems when trying to meld these two together, because it's like, well, you had one movie that was filmed in a very realistic style, and another film that was filmed in a more flashy style.
And then it's kind of like it creates this like really big problem of one of these
clashing tones. It's like clashing tones and filmmaking styles.
Yep.
But yeah, and again, I don't have anything to really complain about the effects. The effects are are really good. Yeah, like there's a lot of like destruction simulations and whatnot. Like all that was done really well. It's just like, oh yeah, I should also mention another problem I had with the movie is like, where the hell did this like weird monster realm come from? Like,
yeah, see, that's another thing.
That was weird.
Maybe, like, there was just something that I missed in Kong or Godzilla King of the Monsters, because I'm not gonna lie, like, I really legitimately watched Godzilla King of the Monsters once. Every other time that I've seen it, I haven't been paying attention to the movie that much because I just, I didn't like it. But, like, I never ever remembered them establishing that as, like, a thing, and it's not that it's so much of a problem that they're just going to establish it now, like, out of the blue. Like, if they want to establish it in this movie, they can. But I feel like if you are going to establish something like that, that is kind of a big deal, and a massive plot point, you should emphasize it, and you should take your time establishing it, because otherwise, it's going to feel like how it felt in this movie, which is one of the other sort of, I also kind of didn't like about it. It just feels like it came out of nowhere, and is just there for convenience.
Yeah, again, and once again, this kind of does also go back to that first Godzilla. It's like, the first Godzilla was based around, like, sort of realistic science and whatnot.
Yeah, like, he was like a result of,
No, he wasn't even a result of that. It's like Godzilla had been around for, like, a long time, and they thought they destroyed him with nukes, but they ultimately didn't. But
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, he was established. B, they didn't really spend too much time in, like, talking about where he came from.
Yeah,
because honestly, odds are they didn't know. And they wouldn't know. And
yeah, that's the thing. They didn't explain where he came from. The problem, like, that's the conflict. The conflict wasn't where did he come from. The conflict is, what are we going to do with him now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
But with this, it's like, now there's there's this weird part in Godzilla versus Kong, where there's like this weird zero gravity world and whatnot, or like this zero gravity part. I was like,
that was honestly probably my biggest problem with the film itself. Like, it honestly for me wasn't enough for me to dislike the film. Like, if I also had to give the film a score, which I'm not an official movie reviewer, so me saying I don't do this doesn't really mean anything. But I personally would have given it like a 7 out of 10. I liked it probably the most out of the most. I like the Godzilla, not counting Kong, like the 3 Godzilla movies. I like it the most out of those. But at the same time, I also do recognize that there were a lot of problems. A lot of problems with the writing, and to some degree the camera choice didn't do the movie too many favors. Camera angle choice. I forgot
to mention this. Another one of the biggest problems I had with this movie, and that no one really talks about. Why is Godzilla suddenly evil?
Yeah,
he had Godzilla in the first few movies. I mean, I'm not gonna say he was like a hero or whatnot. I mean, granted, like in Godzilla King of the Monsters, probably the dumbest thing I saw in that movie was like all the monsters came and bowed before Godzilla. I'm just like, what are you? These are animals. Animals don't know royalty. But regardless, that's a Godzilla King of the Monsters thing. But it's like, in that first Godzilla, again, I keep going back to this.
He's just indifferent.
He's an animal. He
literally
he's an animal.
Looks at us the same way we look at ants.
Yeah, he's an animal. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He's amoral. Whereas in this one, Godzilla literally, like, when he has Kong down, he actually gives like this evil grin, like. I was like, is Godzilla actually giving an evil grin in this? Like, that's weird. It's like, yeah, I just don't get why Godzilla was just suddenly evil. It's like, Godzilla's not, like, it's like, it felt like they just made him evil just so they could...
I didn't have too much of a problem with that. I guess I suspended disbelief for, like, a lot of things. I mean... That didn't particularly...
Again, I'm not gonna. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. Like, it's just. I'm just talking about my opinion. It's just like, it's just for me. That just made no sense. I was like, when did Godzilla become evil? Why is he evil?
Well, I mean, the way I kind of thought about it. You know, we're 3 movies in. This Godzilla guy has been kind of a phenomenon for a hot minute. Maybe he's learning to, like, enjoy destroying and fighting.
But he's a giant lizard. Lizards don't think. They're stupid. They just think on instinct.
He's definitely not a lizard. At least not any kind of lizard.
Well, yeah. I know, but
he could definitely have a more advanced brain.
I know. I was just saying, like, they didn't give any context as to why Godzilla as to why Godzilla is like suddenly purposefully hurting people. Like, whenever Godzilla would just walk around and destroy shit, it's not because he didn't want to. It's not because he wanted to. It's just he's just moving around in the city with tiny people. It's like he doesn't know anything. But in this, he's just purposefully burning down cities. I'm just like, why is Godzilla doing this? It's like,
yeah, it did definitely feel like kind of a retcon.
Especially when they were trying to establish that Godzilla was the hero, even though I think that's kind of dumb too, but regardless. But yeah, even though I know a lot of people really love Godzilla vs. Kong, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think, like, let me try to find it. Where is Godzilla, I need to try to find Godzilla vs. Kong on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, like, overall, people seem to, like, you know, everyone seems to really like it. Like, it has, like, a 75% Rotten Tomatoes, which, actually, really enough, I think that's, like, the same, like, around the same score that, like, you know, the first Godzilla and Kong Skull Island have.
I think the first Godzilla got a 76.
Yeah, let's see, Godzilla vs. Okay, let's see, Godzilla... Okay, 75% for Godzilla vs. Kong, 76% for Godzilla, and Godzilla King of the Monsters, 42, and Kong Skull Island overall.
But hey, I was right about Godzilla 2014. I don't do that a lot.
Yeah,
I did it.
And Kong Skull Island has the same score as Godzilla vs. Kong, which is 75%. But again, people really do seem to like Godzilla vs. Kong. That's great. You know, more power to you. I just personally thought it overstretched its boundaries, especially since I'm such a big fan of that first Godzilla movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I
mean, that's fine.
I definitely liked the direction that they took in more so just focusing on the monsters. But I can definitely at the same time see how somebody that was more invested in the human side of things from the first Godzilla, like I wasn't, it's not enjoyed as much.
Again, for me, it wasn't even really specifically the human stuff. It was just, I like how they put us in the perspective of the humans, if you know what I mean. Like, it's sort of like how I view Dunkirk and Rogue One, where it's like, they gave me enough, you know, like, the characters are interesting enough to, you know, me to get behind them, but they leave a lot out so they allow me to, you know, imagine myself as one of those characters, if you know what I mean. Like, it's sort of like how I kind of view Dunkirk and Rogue One as well.
Yeah.
But it's just like that stuff really does appeal to me. But yeah,
you know how I view Rogue One?
Oh.
The best Star Wars prequel.
Probably, yeah. I would probably agree with that. But yeah, and probably our last topic of the day, since we've been going on for over 3.5 hours, which, hey, this is good content for you guys. Let's talk about another HBO Max film, except this is an original for HBO Max. Zack Snyder's Justice League. This film was like, in case you guys don't know, Justice League came out in 2017, and like basically there's like a bunch of things going on with it. Like, Warner Brothers wasn't liking the direction that Zack Snyder was going. Zack Snyder had to take a break. Yeah, he had to take a break due to his daughter committing suicide, which I can't. Yeah, that's not.
I can't say I blame him, but at the same time, it really is sad that we had to wait so long to see.
Yeah.
Justice League.
Oh yeah, and so they brought in Joss Whedon to come in, which I still to this day feel like, controversies aside, I feel like Joss Whedon was in a no-win situation, honestly, with Justice League.
For sure. Yeah,
because he was given so many mandates from
a product. They handed him a thing that was like really over 50% done, and then basically said, we don't really like most of the 50% that's there. We need you to redo it.
Well, we need you to cut
in 50% of the time.
We need you to, they gave him like a strict 2-hour at max mandate for this film,
which is hilarious. Seeing the fucking runtime for
not only
Snyder Cut.
Not only did it have to be 2 hours long, but also he had to refilm some scenes to put in more lighthearted humor because people didn't like the darkness of the of the DC universe at that point.
And who would have thought that taking out a bunch of important scenes would completely murder context?
Oh, not even that. But how he didn't? They didn't give him any extra time. Like they were saying, Joss Whedon was saying, this movie cannot be ready by November 2017. We have to push it to next year. But the head of Warner Brothers at the time actually said, no, we got to keep it in November 2017 because Warner Media was going to be acquired by AT&T, and he was worried that he wasn't going to get his end of the year bonus if they didn't release Justice League in 2017. So that's why Justice League looks so unfinished with the effects and whatnot, and just overall felt like I rewatched it recently, and again, I still thought it was decent, but I still thought there were a lot of problems with it. But yeah, again, basically, like I said, I feel like in terms of just trying to fill in for Zack Snyder, Joss Whedon was in a no-win situation. There was no way no one was going to save that film. No one was going to save it because again, like all those mandates and whatnot, it's just, and plus the fact that Zack Snyder and Joss Whedon couldn't be any more different as directors.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
could you hear me?
No, there was a lag spike.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there was, how do I describe it? It's with the whole, basically, it's like, Zack Snyder and Joss Whedon couldn't be those two could not be any different in terms of directing. Joss Whedon is more dialogue heavy, more lighthearted, whereas with Zack Snyder is very aggressive with his filmmaking style and very visual with his storytelling. And so it's like,
not only that, but it's a hard thing to do, right? Because they do the same thing, and they're probably acquaintances to say the least. Imagine imagine if you were a doctor, right? And somebody said, "Hey, this other doctor, he's got stuff going on. We need to have you come in and finish the operation 50% of the way through it." That's not something that you want to do, just because it's going to put you at odds with your coworker, whoever it is, whatever you guys might be doing, and B, it's just going to be a lot harder. You're two different people, and you have two different ways of doing things, and it's 100% possible that those two ways just clash with each other. So trying to finish the other guy's work might not go too well, and it kind of didn't.
But again, it's also all those strict mandates. It has to be the film had to have a mandate of 2 hours long, and not giving Whedon any extra time to finish it, plus also shooting extra scenes to add in more jokes. Like, it just...
Here's what they needed to do with...
Push it back to 2018.
No, not only that, but if they were really dead set on getting it done, and they didn't want to work with Zack Snyder anymore, they needed to bring in Joss Whedon and then just let him build his own thing from the ground up. Which, yeah, you might have had to push it back to 2018, late 2018, by doing that. But at the same time, you might have also saved yourself from the massive critical lashing that movie got on release.
It's just like it's like, again, now granted, it didn't get as much of a lashing as like Batman v Superman did, but even then, I'd still probably put Batman v Superman above the original version of Justice League.
I would too.
Again, I thought it was for me. I thought that original Justice League was decent, but again, there were still so many problems with it. I was like, this could be way better. And again, the thing is, they were considering, not having Zack Snyder direct Justice League, but they did it anyway because they were too close to the shooting date, and they used his death, like his daughter's death, as an opportunity to, like, you go and take care of things with your family. We'll just finish the film. But it's just a bad situation. It's a bad production situation.
Yeah, for me, almost it feels like if they were that willing to get rid of him so fast when things got tough, they really shouldn't have gone with him in the first place.
Yeah, they really shouldn't. Like, if they didn't want him to do the film, they should have just not have him do the film. But regardless, yeah, that happened, and so then there was like this big campaign to get the Snyder Cut released. And I've always said that there is a Snyder Cut that exists, but the problem is it ain't finished. There's probably no visual.
It's 100% unedited.
Yeah.
Like, and you can see from watching it, because like I ultimately liked the Snyder Cut more than the theatrical release, but to me that doesn't say much, because I've always lived by the phrase that it is not hard to improve on garbage. And like, I might step on some toes. I know I'm probably crinkling your toes a little bit right now, but I really thought that at least as a film, the theatrical release of Justice League was garbage. If it wasn't for Suicide Squad, I would say that it was the worst DC movie I had seen up to that point. The Snyder Cut, while better, it's way better, but also it's way worse in the regards that it's like ordering a steak, but then finding out that like most of the steak is fat and they didn't trim around it. You might still get some good bits of meat in there, and you can eat it, but a lot of it is gonna be bland tasting and not that great.
Wow.
And sadly, I think that's what happens to the Snyder Cut, because there are some things that I really did like. I liked how they expanded upon Cyborg's story, gave him like an actual character this time around.
Yeah.
I liked with Steppenwolf that they also sort of made him more, not even sort of, they made him more present and made him feel like, to me at least, an actual threat in the Snyder Cut as opposed to the theatrical release. But at the same time, the one thing that I really just can't get past is the fat on the untrimmed fat, which translates to about a 4-hour runtime. Not all of those 4 hours are going to be spent seeing something new and something that's like amazing, because sadly, because of how little time Joss Whedon had to do the Justice League that he did, most of the Snyder Cut, or at least a good part of the Snyder Cut, are a bunch of scenes that you've seen before, but they are definitely shot better. They definitely have more context around them and convey more context with their existence, because they run for the entire time that they're supposed to run, and they're not sped up or anything like that, which is really good for some scenes. And I also think that the Superman in the Snyder Cut was not as much of a meme as the theatrical release. And that's pretty much all of my thoughts on the Snyder Cut.
Okay, here are my thoughts on it. It's probably, I guess maybe this is probably my third favorite of the DC Universe films. I still think, in my opinion, like, I love Man of Steel. Man of Steel is my number one. I will probably put Wonder Woman at number 2, and probably Zack Snyder's Justice League at number 3. Although let me make sure.
Funny enough, that's about my top 3 list. Just switch around Wonder Woman and Man of Steel.
Yeah, because what was it? Like, actually, let me make sure I was right on this. Like, that I did have it this way. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Number 1 was Man of Steel. Number 2 was Shazam. Number 3 was Wonder Woman. Number 4 was Zack Snyder's Justice League. Because I forgot Shazam was part of that universe.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
I wasn't impressed by Shazam, but I did think it was a pretty decently made movie about Shazam.
Yeah.
Which to me felt like a long time coming. I thought that they should have made a movie about Shazam a while ago. He's a pretty interesting superhero.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Black Adam movie with Dwayne Johnson, because I just thought he would make a great Black Adam. But regardless, let me give you my thoughts on Justice League, the Zack Snyder version. I really enjoyed this one. I really did. Like, they're like, for like how I do get it was 4 hours, and I do have some criticisms over the film and how I think I would have trimmed it up. But overall, I felt like, it was longer, but however, like, a lot of, at least for the most part, it was long with a purpose. Like everything.
Cyborgs.
Yeah,
like honestly, dude.
Yeah, Cyborg went like the way they did Cyborg. It's like they're so
very emotional.
He's almost the main character of the film, almost.
Yeah, with if you go by screen time, yeah.
But like they did, I thought they did a great job developing him and his backstory and whatnot, and
they made him way more, or his story at least. They added a lot more emotional depth to it. I felt like in the theatrical cut, we were just told that Cyborg's life was really sad, and that's why he was sad all the time. This time around, they showed it to you, and I really do think that it was a great decision on their part to leave it in, because it adds so much context to everything about him, really.
Yeah, I will say, one thing that I didn't like about the original version of Justice League, they kind of made Batman like this jokey guy, like with jokes. I'm just like, wait, because like Ben Affleck's Batman and Batman v Superman might be my favorite live action Batman like ever. Like, good God, I love how aggressive he was. I love how rugged he was, how kind of worn down he was. But in Justice League, like for example, when Superman throws him, he's like, oh, my leg, isn't my leg bleeding? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it's bleeding.
Yeah. See, I've never really liked fucking Ben Affleck's Batman, but I think it has each time been more a fault of the writing as opposed to Ben Affleck himself. My favorite Batman is still Christian Bale, even with the funny voice thing. I mean, he did a kick-ass job of.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I love Christian.
Not only being Batman, but also being Bruce Wayne. But like, the thing, I guess, I didn't particularly enjoy about Ben Affleck's Batman, one of the many things is definitely his Bruce Wayne. Now, I understand that in the times that we've seen him, he is a much older, more weathered Bruce Wayne than when Christian Bale got his shot at being Batman, because Christian Bale got to be Bruce Wayne before Bruce Wayne was Batman. Ben Affleck is being Bruce Wayne well after the fact, and it was kind of interesting to see the sort of parallels and how being Batman has kind of affected Bruce Wayne and the sort of things that he consciously does to keep up appearances. That was kind of neat to see, but at the same time, I think Christian Bale did it better, and also kind of, well, he didn't do it first, but I do think he did it better.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to complain about Christian Bale. Christian Bale, I thought, was a phenomenal Bruce Wayne and Batman, and he was my favorite before Affleck in Batman v Superman. I just kind of like how Affleck, what, like, it felt like he was, like, it felt like he was hiding something, but it wasn't obvious like Michael Keaton was.
Sure, like, for me, I guess my problem is with Batman v Superman, you know, I'm a little biased. I didn't really like that movie either. But I guess I will come out and to be completely fair, by the end of Batman v Superman, other than the contrivance that was, or at least in my opinion, contrivance that was that whole Martha bit, I thought Ben Affleck did alright, but then I saw Justice League, and I was like, yeah, I don't really think I like this Batman.
Again, honestly, for the Martha thing, I was like, I don't know. I thought the Martha thing was a little bit was pretty interesting. Not because I didn't think it was like. Granted, I'm not trying to turn this into a review of Batman v Superman, but it's like I didn't really view it as like, he stopped he stopped wanting to kill Superman because their mothers had the same name. I think it was more along the lines of, he viewed Superman as he always viewed Superman as like this monster, like this guy has no soul. He is just out there for blood, and then he sees this guy calling out for his mother, and calling out for this person Martha. It's like, wait, why is this person calling out for the life of someone else instead of asking me to spare him or whatnot? And it's just the whole Martha thing, it brought him back to his childhood as to remembering his mother dying in the streets and whatnot. And it's like,
I mean, yeah, I guess I can see that, but for me it was just way too convenient, and also really interrupted the pacing of. Well, I don't really even know how much of an issue that is, because honestly, in my opinion, the movie didn't do a great job with pacing in general, but that's just another example for me.
Funny enough, remember when you said you always watch the extended edition of Lord of the Rings and whatnot?
Yeah, no, I've seen the extended edition of BVS.
Yeah, like, I always kind of go to that. That's kind of like my extended...
And yeah, I will...
They did give...
They did do a lot better with the extended edition of Batman v Superman, and it's one of those where I think, like, in all honesty, I believe they would have been a lot better off releasing that than the theatrical cut. Yeah,
because like one of my issues with like the original cut was that like Superman had like no motive to fight Batman, whereas in the extended edition it's like, no, he because like the whole thing about Batman killing, that becomes part of the narrative. It's like, yeah, Superman is not a fan of this guy who's just like slaughtering people. It's like, what's this Batman doing? And that's why he confronts him. And I thought that was all cool. Can you still hear me?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, regardless, with Zack Snyder's Justice League, I really liked how like they brought this Batman back to being rugged and aggressive. Again, he's a little bit more like I get like he's a little bit more relieved now, but I get that because of the events of Batman v Superman. But it's not to such a stupid degree like how they tried to do him in Justice League, where it's like he's making jokes. But no, in this one they kept him a little bit more ground level and whatnot. It
was almost like Joss Whedon read the very last part of Batman the Killing Joke, where Batman laughs at one of the Joker's jokes, and was just like, what if I made a Batman that was entirely like that? Sorry,
like,
I guess Warner Bros.
Yeah, because like I said, they were the ones mandating that they gotta make this lighter
but whoever at Warner Bros was making that decision definitely just read the last page of the Killing Joke and was like, what if I just make a Batman like that?
Yeah, again, it's just like, that was weird, but like I said, Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, they fixed that. They made Batman badass again. I love that.
Honestly, like, I did say the movie was a bit long, but at the same time, I will say, if your only exposure to Justice League has been the theatrical cut, the Zack Snyder cut is worth seeing in its entirety.
Yeah.
Because, like, it really kind of makes you sad for like what came out instead.
Like, I will say also, like some of the things I do. Well, hold on. Okay, yeah. One of the things I will also bring up about this Justice League is like, what was it like? Hold on. Let's talk about Steppenwolf. How they did Steppenwolf. I will say, there's some parts about him that I did thought was a really big improvement, and some other parts I thought was a little bit of a detraction from. Like for one, his character is just overall given way more development, like way more reasoning for why he's trying to take over the world and whatnot, or even not even really just that, but it's just like, I thought they gave him a lot more context in this film, and he's a lot more interesting. And I will say, his facial design and like the horns and whatnot, like that's, again, I really like the CGI overall on Steppenwolf. I thought was better. But there is one element of Steppenwolf I wasn't a big fan of, and that's like, I'm not really a big fan of like the pin-cushiony suit that he had. Still there? Hello? Oh, Raph? Are you gone? What happened? Oh.
Hello?
Oh, are you back? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
yeah, I can hear you. I accidentally unplugged my mic, and I was trying to... But yeah, the pincushion suit, I thought, was...
Like...
Not... See...
The CGI itself wasn't bad. Like, the CGI to make it wasn't bad. It's just I thought it was a weird design choice.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly where I was going with it. I think that like, mechanically it looked fine. Well, but that's not the right word.
Like the CGI-wise rendering,
yes,
it all looked...
The rendering and stuff, not a problem. I think the problem lied with the design itself. I just think that...
Like, cause like,
it definitely looked a lot cooler to whoever made it than I think literally everybody else. It just kind of made him look like... It reminded me... I don't know if you've seen Hellraiser.
I haven't seen it, but I know who it is.
Yeah, it reminded me of that. It reminded me of that, and not in a good way.
Yeah, cause like when you look at a suit and how it's all spiky, it's like, how does that work when he's moving his arms, or even like not even just the spikes, but it's also like the way his suit kind of.
How does he not stab himself? Really, it's just the biggest question.
How does he not stab himself? How does his suit not get caught up in itself because of all the little gaps?
How does he go to the bathroom?
I mean, I don't even know if it's...
Did you go to the bathroom?
I mean, I don't really question that, really, because, like, every superhero suit and whatnot has impossible bathroom physics, or bathroom designs.
I mean, Spider-Man's isn't that bad. His, like, Spider-Man could probably just go.
It's like a onesie.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, superhero costumes are like onesie.
And then Iron Man, bro. Iron Man probably has, like, his suit probably pees for him, honestly, now that I think about it. He just
uses his pee as fuel.
Yeah, dude. Dude, holy fuck, though. I think you might be onto something.
But it's like, yeah. But again, the CGI itself for Steppenwolf, I thought, yeah, it was really good. Like, and
I think it was definitely a lot better than in the theatrical release.
Yeah,
other than the suit.
Yeah, I like the suit design in the first film. I just thought the CGI, like, if they, like, gave him the same suit he had in the first film, but they kept, like, the CGI quality, and even his facial and body design of the new one, we would have a perfect Steppenwolf. But overall,
here's one thing that I kind of want to know, and that I'm curious about.
Yeah?
So, how long, and maybe you know the answer to this, so how long did that version of Steppenwolf exist?
Oh wait, are you talking about the new one?
The one in the Snyder Cut.
He was created specifically for this version. Like,
Snyder Cut. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking.
Which is really impressive, considering they had to redesign this entire character who has like tons and tons of screen time. But again, I thought that was. It's pretty. He looked really good. Like he was up to the standards of the DC of what a superhero movie should have, and what in terms of effects. I will. Can you hear me?
No.
All right. But yeah, another thing I will say, there were some issues. I'm trying to think. Actually, let me bring up my. More
thing about Steppenwolf that I really liked about the Snyder Cut. His chin.
His chin?
His chin was a lot more powerful in this one. He actually really looked super fucking threatening in the Snyder Cut in terms of the face. I always thought that, like, in the original theatrical cut of the movie, he kind of had like a weak chin, and he looked a little too human to be very threatening. And I kind of couldn't tell what they were going for with his chin in the first one, because it sort of looks like a beard, but that's obviously, like, the more you look at it, it's not hair, and it's almost like flesh, but it also looks like a rhino horn or...
Oh, hold on. Oh, I have the thing off. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm back. My earbuds fell out for a second.
Oops. But in the Snyder cut, he looks a lot meatier and beefier.
Yeah.
Than in the theatrical cut, and I really liked how they reworked him in that aspect. I thought he looked a lot more threatening in the Snyder cut.
Yeah, he looked a little bit too human in the original.
Yeah, that's exactly one of my problems with him, was his face was too humanoid. Like, the only real weird thing about his face was whatever the fuck was going on with his chin. But other than that, he literally just looked like a regular guy.
Yeah, and I will say, I actually brought up my Facebook post of where I can bring up a little bit more of the stuff we were talking about with Justice League.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I thought, because here's the thing, one problem that people seem to have with the DC universe up to this point, or at least with the Zack Snyder ones, that I feel like wasn't a problem, was the fact that they had a darker color palette. Because here's the thing, like when you look at, like how I describe it, it's like visual effects especially are made to look a certain way. At least in certain, circumstances. Zack Snyder, his CGI movies can look good under the certain conditions. As is with any visual effects. His CGI isn't always the most photoreal, but you can hide that with, like, darker shadows.
Yeah.
And
yep, and see, that's actually kind of genius. And there's another area of entertainment where the same kind of trick, or not the same kind of trick, is used for sort of the same means. So, video games. Let's take Halo, for example. They had a mission that was set in a very wide open place where if it was daytime, visually you would be able to see a lot, including the shortcomings in the pixelated skybox and stuff like that. How did they fix this problem, you might ask yourself? They made it night. They're like, if it's dark, then there's literally less of the area that you can see. So your eye is not going to be as drawn to the visual shortcomings in what effectively is just you staring at a special effect, because it'll be, less visible, so you're not going to be as drawn to it.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Zack Snyder's movies. They're less saturated and not as colorful and a little bit darker, but that's to help the effects. But with Justice League,
help the effects, though, and I'm sorry to cut you off again. But not only does it help the effects, but it also, for some movies like Watchmen, for example, helps set that like gritty sort of tone that the subject matter is, about.
Yeah, but then when you went on to the theatrical cut of Justice League, everything was so, like, here's the thing, they
oversaturated.
Not even that, they filmed the movie to be dark and like very dark and not as saturated, but then they had to went in and artificially make everything. I mean, yeah, there's always color grading and whatnot, but like they had to, but they tried to artificially make the film look brighter and more saturated than it was, and just made everyone's skin look all like not even yellow. It's like more like really pinkish and whatnot.
Yeah, dude. No,
and
that film was very painful to look at, especially the last fight, like the big fight with Steppenwolf and the
everything's red. Everything is so red.
Yeah, dude, it was really bad. Like, it was so painful to
because
look at.
Because all the effects and whatnot, they weren't made to be shown with that much brightness. They weren't made to look like that.
Like, honestly, I bet you, if anything, a lot of the stuff that you see, which kind of to me was pointed out by the Snyder cut, a lot of the stuff that you see in the theatrical cut, like, that's happening in the background and stuff, you straight up weren't supposed to see at all. Like, that was not supposed to be a visible thing that you would focus on, because it's not important enough to do that. But the theatrical version was like, fuck it, dude. If you just make everything super bright, you'll see everything.
Oh, but don't you remember? People, like, we can't have the movie be dark and gritty, because that's the thing everyone was complaining about. And I've always said that. I've always said making the movie more bright and colorful is not going to help anything. It's not going to help it.
It depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like, if you want people to see something, then yes, okay, light your shot, make it bright. But if you're working with a lot of visual, complex and hard to do visual effects, some of which would definitely look a lot better without a bunch of light and exposure, then don't oversaturate your film. It's not gonna...
Like, some movies can get away with this. Like, for example, like, for the most part, Marvel does this really well. But they have different kinds of... The visual effects are meant to look... Or not, like,
They're flashy. They're flashy.
Like,
they already have a bunch of color and stuff, and they're already bright.
They have that kind of style. Whereas with Zack Snyder, he always, his CGI isn't... Like, for example, even, like, in the best of his CGI in movies, like in Man of Steel, it looks great. But it's not as photoreal as something like, Avengers Infinity War, but it's okay because they still hide it. They still hide it with the darkness and the desaturation.
Zack Snyder, like, I don't know if it's by design or if he's doing it on purpose, but he's a much darker and grittier of a director. When he does have on-screen action, most of the reason I like to think that it's, like, dark and stuff, and not, from a certain standpoint, super well lit, is because, like, think about it in reality. If you get jumped by a bunch of thugs in a dark alley, you're not going to be able to see a lot around you. It's going to be really tight, it's going to be really fast, and it's going to be really hard to see. Just like in a lot of Zack Snyder's, action scenes. It's very tight and, to some degree, I guess, clunky, because that's how real fighting is, like, with your fists and stuff. Like, it's not a super smooth and fun thing to do. Like, usually when you do that kind of thing, you're doing it because it's either that or die, But I really feel that he's good at sort of conveying just the seriousness of violence in a lot of his movies.
I mean, yeah. Like I said, my main point with the whole thing about trying to make the film more darker and less saturated is because, like, the original Justice League was filmed to look darker and less saturated, but because people were
fuck it, we'll fix it in post.
Yeah, and, like, not everything can be fixed in post like that. Like, if the film was meant to look desaturated and dark, then you gotta keep it that way. Otherwise, things are just gonna look really fake.
Or other option, which is really the only other option, re-fucking shoot it.
Yeah, which, again, would have probably cost more money in general.
Oh, yeah, and time, but, like,
yeah,
that's just the two things that they did not want to give Joss Whedon when saying, hey, finish this movie for us.
Yeah, and, oh yeah, another thing I will also say that I thought was an improvement, the music. Because, look, I love... Look, Danny Elfman did the score for the original Justice League, and Tom Hulkenberg, a.k.a. Junkie XL, came back for this one. Look, I love Danny Elfman, but his style does not fit this universe at all, or at least not the Zack Snyder universe at all. And that's not really even his fault. It's just a bad choice to have him compose Justice League. Because, like, I can't remember a single track of Justice League.
Me neither, honestly, and it's not even that. It's just, like... I feel like the only reason that Danny Elfman might have been chosen
he did a lot of he did a lot of comic book movies. He did Batman. He did Spider-Man. He did Hulk. He even did some for Avengers: Age of Ultron.
And not only that, but also, like, generally speaking, which is one of the things that you mentioned that WB was looking for with this. His music has been a lot brighter. Even some of his, like, darker movies, like The Corpse's Bride and stuff.
Oh yeah, Corpse Bride.
It was a lot. The music itself, while the subject matter and everything else going around was kind of dark and gloomy, the music itself still found...
It was whimsical darkness.
Yeah, whimsical darkness, exactly. And I think that they were trying to go for something like that with this, but with what they had, the auditory information did not match the visual information.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Because, like, I know you're not a big fan of Batman v Superman, but what do you think of the music in Batman v Superman, considering Junkie...
It was definitely more memorable.
Yeah, I love... Honestly, I thought Batman v Superman, in my opinion, may have, like, some of the best score in any superhero movie. Like, it's aggressive, it's amazing. Like, I still love... Like, I even have a lot of tracks on my phone, like...
Yeah, no, I mean, I like, my problems with Batman v Superman mainly come from the theatrical cut and the writing.
Yeah.
I think the extended edition is a better movie. It's it would move my 3 out of 10 to a solid, like, 5 or 6 out of 10. But the music definitely didn't do anything wrong. They definitely did a good job with the music, especially for the final fight scene between Superman and Batman. I thought that.
Oh, and don't forget the introduction of Wonder Woman's theme.
Oh yeah. That's the other thing that I was just about to get to. Actually, it was really good.
Yeah, and also I should also mention Junkie XL also did the music for Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh yeah, dude, the music for Mad Max Fury Road, that movie is just incredible, and the music is part of the reason why the whole time you're watching it, you're on the edge of your seat.
Yeah,
it's just full of.
But again,
energy.
that fits Zack Snyder's universe. Like, his music fits that universe. It's aggressive, it's tense, and they brought him back for this film, and the music is a lot more memorable. I really do like the music in Zack Snyder's Justice League. I thought
it's got some punch to it for sure.
Again, like I said, it's not Danny Elfman's fault for the original film, because again, it's just a bad choice. Like, that's on Warner Brothers for trying to get let's get Danny Elfman because he's the superhero guy. And
it can't be superhero, man.
Yeah. I will also say, there is one problem I have with the film, and it's oddly enough probably like 20 minutes worth of a problem, and that's the epilogue. That long epilogue. Because let me how I describe it, there's some parts of the epilogue. Actually, I'm trying to remember what were some of the epilogues of that film, because I know there were some. I know there were some. I'm trying to remember what they were exactly. I know what a couple of them were, and those are the ones I have the biggest problems with. Let me just start with the one one of the ones I did have a big problem with. The apocalypse, the big apocalypse scene around the end of the, there's because the movie's done. The movie's done, and suddenly there's this. Suddenly,
yeah, it felt like they were trying to go for a sort of reveal after Avengers with Thanos, but
it's none of it amounts to anything. And the thing, let me discuss this real quick. When they said that Jared Leto was coming back as the Joker, I was honestly excited because I still think Jared Leto can be a great Joker. My problem with him in Suicide Squad was never even the Joker. It's just he had nothing to do with the movie. They put him in a bunch of pointless shit. They put him in a bunch of pointless scenes that amounted to nothing. That
my take on that though, I think that mostly due to his involvement in Suicide Squad, he's not really gonna get a fair shake as a Joker. I don't think, because that's gonna ruin him for literally mostly everybody, and I just don't know. I'm not as optimistic about Jared Leto's chances of being a good Joker. I don't think that they take him seriously enough.
That's my thing. My problem with the Joker in these movies isn't even the Joker himself. The problem is that they don't know is that Warner Brothers has no idea what to do with this Joker. They don't know what to do with him, because I think there is a chance for people to love Jared Leto's Joker, but in the first Suicide Squad, his character amounted to nothing. They gave him nothing to do in that film, except because he did do some weird things, what was it, standing in a room full of guns and knives and whatnot. Again, the problem isn't Jared Leto himself, and the problem isn't even what kind of character they were trying to go with the Joker. The problem is every scene he was in, he had nothing to do with it. And even in Birds of Prey, which was a chance to have us, give us some good context with Jared Leto's Joker, because Harley Quinn's gonna break up with Joker. How is this gonna work out? And he doesn't even appear in the movie. He's only a brief cartoon character who's thrown away in a second. And so when they said, oh boy, Jared Leto's Joker, he's gonna be in Justice League, and guess, because that was the big thing. I was holy shit, they're bringing back Jared Leto's Joker, and then it was this is a chance. This is their chance to have the Joker really have us really see what this Joker can be. And I was all right, because surely they're not gonna mess it up like last time. And somehow they made the same goddamn mistakes, except even more. Because not only does this Joker have, nothing to do with anything. He has less to do with Zack Snyder's Justice League than he had in Suicide Squad. And somehow he has even less screen time And all he does is just talk and sit on a car. It's like, what is wrong with you, Warner Brothers? Can you still hear me? Hello?
No, I can't.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah. Yeah, it's like, what is wrong with you, Warner Brothers? Like, what is it about this Joker that you can't do anything with? Like, hell, they were heavily marketing the shit. That's another thing I have a problem with, how they try to do the Joker in these movies. It's like, they always heavily market the Joker.
Yep. And then he's just in them for literally less than, like, 8 minutes, if that.
No, he had, like, less than
like,
7...
They did the same thing with Suicide Squad, like you were talking about.
No, yeah.
They literally plastered the shit out of the Joker.
Yeah, he was...
advertised.
They even made him kind of look like he was going to be the villain of the film.
Yeah. Like, they actually did, though. They really sort of portrayed him as, like, I'm pretty sure they had material in the trailers that ultimately wasn't in the movie that had, what's-her-face, the...
Enchantress. The Enchantress, whatever.
Yeah, but, like...
Because, like, I remember in the trailers of Suicide Squad, you know, oh boy, you know, the Suicide Squad's helicopter crashes, and then you hear in the background, and then Will Smith goes, oh no.
But it turns out he has nothing to do with that. Just like most of the movie, he has nothing to do with any part of it.
Yeah, and with Justice League, once again, they were building him up, all sorts of set photos, and even, you know, in the trailer, he said, we live in a society, and it's like, oh my god, he said the meme, he said the Joker meme, and somehow, again, he has even less to do in this movie than he did in Suicide Squad, and hell, I think he does say it in, like, the Justice is Gray version, like the black and white version, but the official version that they released on HBO Max when it launched, he didn't even say we live in a society, so it's like, they completely botched even, like, they told us he was even going to say that, and he didn't even say that. It's just like, again, my problem with What?
I think the biggest piece of evidence that you can use to just understand that Warner Brothers has no fucking clue what they're doing with the Joker right now.
Or at least not Jared Leto's Joker, because they seem to know exactly what to do with Joaquin Phoenix.
The existence of Joaquin Phoenix is enough to tell you, yeah, we really don't know why we cast Jared Leto as the Joker. We don't know what we were going to do with that.
And it's just, and I don't, like, it's just like, I know Jared Leto can be, like, can be a great Joker. He's won an Oscar for a reason. Jared Leto's a phenomenal actor, and I like the idea of him being, like, this kind of nightclub bouncer dude or whatever, like this nightclub owner, because that's a different take on the Joker. But the problem is,
I don't know, like, if you're into, I don't know if you're into, like, punkish rock or goth rock. I don't really know what these guys are considered. But his band, 30 Seconds to Mars, like, you know, he definitely has the energy for it. He is a frontman for a rock band. He does crazy shit on stage all of the time. I think, honestly, it would be kind of cool to see Jared Leto as the Joker, because I think he has the crazy energy, a lot like, you know, the other noteworthy Jokers. He has the energy to bring to the table for the role. They just don't want to give him the chance to do it.
It's just every single time they try to do the Joker, like this Joker, it's like they always, like, again, they always market him, they always do, like, make a big deal out of the fact that he's the Joker, and then they just do nothing with him.
He's in the movie for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, like, he had less screen time in Zack Snyder's Justice League than in Suicide Squad.
Which is saying a lot, like, cause, like, how much screen time?
He had like I think he had like less than 7 minutes in Suicide Squad, and I can only guess maybe like less than 2 minutes in Justice League, or at least
So, Leto's Joker in Suicide Squad's 123-minute runtime is in it for about 10 minutes.
It didn't even feel like 10 minutes.
No, I know it didn't, but that is still pathetic. Out of almost an hour, out of literally almost 2 hours. No, over 2 hours. 2 hours and 3 minutes. But we're gonna trim some down because of the credits. He is in it for literally less than 1% of the movie.
Ah, he's the 1%.
He is the 1%, but the ads, the trailers, they wanted to fool you into thinking that he was like us, part of the 99%. But he wasn't part of the 99% of the movie.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's just, I just don't get it. Like, what is, like, how do they, how hard could, like, I mean, granted, I'm not saying making movies is easy, but and whatnot, but it's like, how hard can it possibly be to, like, not find a writer who knows what to do with this Joker, or like,
it's literally not hard at all. They found a writer that knows what to do with the Joker. We can see that because of the movie Joker. I don't know what it is. I literally don't know what it is. It's not like they're incapable of finding somebody that they could write an interesting story, whether it be just for a movie about him or a movie in which he is the main antagonist.
yeah,
Like, I feel like a lot of people could do that. There's a lot to work with. It's the Joker. He's one of the oldest.
he's like the most revered. He literally starred in like the Joker literally had his own standalone movie, which was not an action movie by any standards, and yet somehow it made over $1 billion at the box office.
Yeah, it was a psychological thriller.
Yeah, and it made $1 billion. Those kind of movies do not make that kind of money. But that's how popular the Joker is. I always keep saying this, people.
You want to hear how popular the Joker is, really, though? In the first ever, like, Batman comic that included the Joker, Batman straight up just shot him and killed him. And
no one knew that
they reprinted it because they were like, "Oh, everyone liked the Joker. I guess we'll keep him."
Yeah, like he was so popular that he was just supposed to be like a one-off villain, and then everyone just
really barely a villain, bro. His first issue's in it for like 2 pages, and then Batman just shoots him.
Yeah, it's like that's how like, everyone just loves the idea of this character, but it's just. Again, and I feel like Jared Leto unfairly gets the blame for this, as if like, oh, he's a shitty Joker. I really don't think he's a shitty Joker. I think there is a lot of potential for this. The problem is that Warner Brothers just doesn't know what to do with him. They give him nothing.
I would agree with the fact, or the statement that he's a shitty Joker. I just think that they want to blame that on Jared Leto, when in reality, it's everyone that's writing for Jared Leto doesn't want him to do anything. So yeah, obviously you're not going to get a good Joker out of that. Like, how could you?
I don't even think I can give any opinion on that, because it's like, I mean, it's kind of nothing. It's just, if you give me nothing, I can't even criticize it, really. Again, he just does nothing. And the thing is, the whole scene, the post-apocalyptic scene in that part of the prologue amounted to nothing. It's not going to go anywhere, because they're not going to move forward with Zack Snyder's DC universe. It's not like it's going...
Badly.
Like, it has nothing to do with the story that came out that was happening previously, so it's like, why is this even happening?
What would you do if, like, 5 years from now, right, they finished doing the DC movieverse, but everyone hated it, and so then they petitioned for them to release the Zack Snyder cut of the DC movie universe?
Oh, God. I think movie petitions
and then we get that.
I think movie petitions are stupid. Like, they take
what would you do, dog?
I don't know. I can't even think about that. But it's,
cry.
but it's like, but like, and then we get to like the next part of the prologue, which for me also made no sense. And you also see this a little bit previously in the film itself too. But again, this scene overall amounted to nothing. Why was Martian Manhunter in this?
I don't know. That's actually one of the questions that I had from the get-go. Like, I see, for a few, I don't remember how long, and I actually don't remember if it was before or after I'd already watched it, but I'm pretty sure before I watched the Snyder Cut, I knew that Martian Manhunter was going to be in it.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
I was really surprised when he showed up when he did, because I was like, okay, well, the whole movie's, like, gone by, so what the fuck, why...
Oh, it's not even like He actually did appear, like, briefly in the film, where for some reason for some reason, the scene where Martha Kent consoles with with Lois Lane, but then for some reason it turns out she's Martian Manhunter in disguise. Like,
oh, dude, I think I understand.
I was like, why?
Martian Manhunter is just horny for Superman.
I just don't.
It's like, yeah, I wanna get some of that Superman meat inside myself, but I'm gonna fool him. I'm gonna make him think that I'm his girlfriend.
No, it wasn't even his girlfriend. It was like
Look at me. My skin is too green and smooth. He'd never wreck my ass.
Oh, but it's like, no, I mean, like, it's like with Martian Manhunter and that, like he was pretending to be, like, he pretended to be Clark Kent's mom for that scene for some reason. I was like, wait, what? Why? That, again, that amounted to nothing. And then when you get to like last part here where like, you know, Martian Manhunter meets Bruce Wayne, and he says
it also amounts to nothing.
No, he also says, you know, if you ever need me, just call me. I'm just thinking, well, that you would have been helpful like during Steppenwolf's attack, you dummy. It's like, why do you wait till now to show up when everything was done? It's like, again, why? This is, remember when I was saying, you know, how I would trim down Justice League? Why, like...
Yeah, this is definitely one of the things I would also put on the cutting room floor.
Just cut out the whole, you know, just cut out the whole, like most of the most of the epilogue, because you really did not need that in this. Like, again, for the rest of the...
I would almost say that you could cut out the entire epilogue.
I think there's, like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember, which parts I actually would have kept in. Oh wait, I will say the Deathstroke scene. Like, I'll probably put that at the end of the credits, because I actually like that, that whole thing. But it's like, yeah, put the Deathstroke thing at the end of the credits. Get rid of the post-apocalyptic thing. Get rid of anything involving Martian Manhunter, because that's just dumb. Hell, apparently, like the whole military guy in Man of Steel, he was Martian Manhunter this whole time. I'm just like, wait, how does that make any sense? Like, why is he Martian Manhunter? Again, I just don't know why they did Martian Manhunter. I just don't think it's like, it didn't make any sense. I don't know. Are you still there?
No.
Oh, man, you keep saying no. But it's like... But regardless, again, I feel like if this movie was like... If they cut enough of this to make it like 3.5 hours long, I think that would have been perfect. Because again, most of the, you know, runtime, I could excuse, like the whole build-up of Cyborg and the actual Justice League storyline. I'm fine with that. It's just... The runtime only became a problem for me when it came to, like, the really unnecessary stuff, like Martian Manhunter, the really long epilogue. But yeah, that was that. But overall, I did actually really, really enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League. I actually do want to try to watch the version of Justice is Gray, where it's just like the black and white version, because I'm willing to bet the effects are going to look even better in black and white. Hello?
Yeah, no, I agree.
But, yeah.
Especially because it'll really give to that whole, you know, taking the light out to make it look even gooder.
Yeah. You know what else will also look even gooder?
What?
If you guys went over to ChristianHannah.com, if you guys went over to ChristianHannah.com, there you'll find a bunch of links. Like I said, you click on the YouTube link, it'll take you to my YouTube channel where you can subscribe, which I would suggest subscribing. We have over 732 subscribers, so that's always great. We have, if you go to my Patreon, if you click the Patreon link, you can, like, I would suggest you guys, joining the $3 membership level. We have the Hannahcast audio-only version. We have Patreon-exclusive Q&As, possible bloopers, your name in my videos. You get to be in the Patreon community. You just get overall some exclusive content and whatnot. Also, go to, if you click the Twitter thing, you can go on to, it'll take you to my Twitter page, which is Mr_C_Hannah. You can watch me. You can see what, I'm talking about and whatnot. Just talking about all sorts of cool things on Twitter. You can check out my Letterboxd, where you can see what movies I'm watching, see my lists and whatnot, what movies I'm rating. I always update this constantly. So, yeah. And also, click the merch link and you'll go to my Teespring store. You can it'll take you to the Teespring store, where we have so many different kinds of products. We have shirts, we have bags, we have stickers, we have hoodies, we have long sleeve shirts, we have, with various different designs, like Make America Cringe Again. We have mugs, we have pillows, we have ass pants, where you get to have my face as the ass pants of... like on the ass of the pants. And we also have Christian Hannah socks. But if you don't want to take my word for it, proof is in the pudding. Here's like I said, I have my hoodie right here. Here's my Christian's Reviews hoodie. It's actually really comfortable. We also have stickers, like this little sticker right here. We have mugs, different kinds of mugs. We have this Christian's Reviews t-shirt. We have the Christian's Reviews t-shirt right here. We also have this hoodie, which is a different design, which just has like a little me head right here, and also we have like I said, we have a throw pillow. We have throw pillows. It'll look great on your couch, and yeah, you can find all that and more on my little website, ChristianHannah.com. The links are all up on this little, or the links are all up on this thing. So on the top bar. Sorry, I've been going for like nearly 5 hours, but yeah. And are you still there, Ref?
No.
But yeah, guys, I think that will do it for this week's installment of the Hannahcast. We went through tons of topics, going on for over 4.5 hours. Like, that's it. This podcast is literally over half an hour longer than Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Hey, that's an achievement. That's an achievement, dog. That's content.
And we didn't have filler.
None. No epilogues.
Yeah, no weird Martian Manhunter epilogues, and unlike the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League, I will say we live in a society.
In a society.
Yeah, and anyways, guys, thank you, Rafael, for coming by. Granted, you're not here physically, but you're here in our hearts.
It will be soon.
Yeah, yeah, and
once the reanimation ritual is complete.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because currently you're all like a still cartoon right here. But yeah, give me 5. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, high fives all around. But and like I said, guys, you know, if you want some quality content, you can go to hold on, you can go to twitch.tv/itsallvr. You said you're gonna be hopefully in the, you know, I don't know when, live streaming video games and whatnot.
Sure, as soon as I get set up in my apartment.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll even go ahead and make it official, dog. We'll do a move-in day celebration stream.
Oh dang, that's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely be there in the chat or whatnot. Maybe, yeah, or maybe I'll even like, I probably can't voice in there because you're gonna be playing games. But yeah.
Oh, you could probably. We could figure it out.
But yeah, guys, like I said, that'll probably about do it for the Hannahcast. Again, like I said, thanks to Rafael, thanks to our also our co-host Will Smith genie cutout that I bought for $40 and probably was a little bit too expensive.
Every penny.
What?
Worth every single penny.
And it really is. And remember, if you say the N-word, you can always get out of it by saying bazinga.
Bazinga.
Bazinga. So anyway, guys, yeah, bye.